Hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Wherever you are in the world, we are back, and cricket is back in Australia. And the Proteas are out to bat. Dean Elgar has scored the first four of the innings, and Pat Cummins declaring the Australian innings on 475 for four, with leaving Khawaja stranded on close to 200 on 195. So tough luck for Usman Khawaja. He misses out on an international century, but I'm sure he'll be okay with that. So it is Dean Elgar facing Pat Josh Hazelwood for the first over. Second ball of the innings was a boundary ball to Dean Elgar, and Hazelwood now with the final delivery of the first over, and it beats the outside edge of the left-hander. Hazelwood coming right arm over the wicket, and that is the end of the first over. South Africa are four without loss. They trail by 471 runs against Australia in Sydney. So let us know what you think. Would you have left your batsman hanging out there? It's going to do his average very nicely, but I think it would have been nice to see Khawaja get that double ton. But I think in the coaches and the selectors books, they'll probably mark that as a 200. And so Pat Cummins, the Australian captain, will bowl the second over. So we'll have some odd, let's see, about 59 overs left in the day. I'll update our scorecard in a moment. Yes, 58 overs remaining in the day according to the scheduled play if there is no more rain. 3 slips a gully, backward point, short square leg for Sarel Arvia, the left-hander, facing Pat Cummins over the wicket. He dabs this one down nicely onto the ground between that gully and backward point, and it's another 4 runs to South Africa's total. So let's see who is going to be able to join me. Neat little shot there by Sarel Arvia. Just angling the bat, getting that down onto the ground. And he faces again now as Cummins puts this one on the off stump, going across the left-hander, right arm over the wicket. And Arvia lets it go through to the keeper for no run. So please let us know where you are listening from, which part of the world, and what do you think is going to happen in this match? Okay. Cummins with another dot ball to Arvia. 3 balls gone in the second over. It's 8 without loss for South Africa. It looks a bit gloomy there in Sydney, but at least we've got some play. Ishan Shanuka saying my voice is like Mickey Arthur. I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult, but thanks for that. I'll take that as a compliment. And Cummins into Arvia, strikes him on the pads as Arvia tries to flick this one down to the leg side. And there's no, says the umpire. Is Cummins going to review this? He is the captain and he's the bowler. So let's see, maybe pitching outside leg here. No, it's definitely pitching outside leg, I think. It's definitely hitting the stumps. So Cummins saying that he's not going to review that. He continues now to Sarel Arvia, right arm over the wicket to the left-hander, left alone. Ball pitches on off stump, goes away from Arvia, and that's the end of No, there's one ball to go in the second over, 8 without loss. And Abdul Samad Khan says, hi, I'm from Pakistan and I think it's going to draw. And Ishan Shanuka saying, yeah, bro, I'm from Sri Lanka, sending love. Thank you very much. Thanks for listening. And the final delivery of the second over. Well, it's after lunch now, and Arve defends this one to the onside. There is no run. 138 k's an hour, that last delivery. 2 overs gone, 8 without loss. Now, that LBW shot was pitching outside leg stump. So, a good choice there. And Malik Rafiq saying Australia will win and go 3-0. I think that's probably the most likely outcome. And now everybody's calling me Mickey Arthur. Hello. You're seeing some footage here of the pieces of turf that were placed before play was allowed to start. And they replaced some of the turf where the bowlers run up just before they get to the crease. And what a delivery there by Josh Hazelwood. Dean Algar with a forward defensive push, and it beats the outside edge. Abdul Samad Khan saying, thanks for updating. It would have been nice, probably, to see England versus Australia with regards to the final, but unfortunately it can't happen. That's the World Test Championship final. Hazelwood into Dean Algar, straight drive by Algar through the legs of Sorrel Arvia, and it's running down to the long off boundary. It's picked up now by a fielder there, and it's Labuskaghni. And there's only 2 runs there for Dean Algar, 10 without loss. So now the confusing Australian scorecard looks correct. You can see which side the runs are. So that's it. And Asif Awan says Australia can win. I second that. I think Australia have the best chance now to get a result here. Algar defends this one to short square leg, no run. And I see Ken saying that he's ready to go. So we'll see when he joins us on commentary, Mr. Ken Borland, noted cricket and rugby scribe. Hazelwood into Algar, defends this one into the offside, no run. So I'm going to have to think up schedule here quickly. Let's see. Short fine leg goes down and Hazelwood passes the umpire onto middle stump, defended by Dean Algar, no run there. Still 10 without loss. And we see a replay of the run out in the previous test. So this time Algar not taking a run there to that extra cover region. He drives at this one outside off stump full, and it beats the outside edge of Dean Algar's bat. 3 overs gone, 10 without loss. So we can see here that the pieces of turf that they replaced are at that critical spot where the bowlers make their final approach to the wicket just as they go into the gather. As Cummins now continues and lets this one go. Sadal Arvia outside off stump, no run. So if South Africa want to go for the draw, they've got 55 overs left today, plus about 90 or 100 tomorrow. I think it's much more likely that Australia will take the 20 wickets in that time. And Arvia lets this one go outside off stump. 10 without loss. So Dean Elgar is on 6 of 12. Arvia now on 4 of 8. Third delivery coming up. Cummins goes to Arvia and there's an appeal for a caught behind. Cummins is asking his teammates what they think. Is he going to review that? Wasn't a very convincing appeal by the wicketkeeper. It's an inside edge. And there's no sound as the ball passes the bat. It just scraped the back leg of Sadal Arvia. Too high to be an LBW. And Arvia lets this next delivery go outside off stump, going across the left-hander. No run there. Timer hit saying out. I think he thought that inside edge might have been a wicket. Sadal Arvia remains. Facing Pat Cummins. Right arm over the wicket. Left alone by Sadal Arvia once again. Nice leave there. Arvia looking good. It's always nice to see the players leaving the ball well, especially from a South African fan point of view at this point. Don't want to see another collapse. Nice discussion going on there on Facebook. I hope it's a nice discussion. I hope you guys aren't swearing at each other because I can't understand the language. As Arvia faces Cummins, it's a thickish outside edge. Gully dives forward. I think that dropped short of Matt Renshaw at Gully. And there is no run. That's 4 overs gone and 10 without loss is the score. So the consensus here on the Facebook chat seems to be that the match will end in a draw, which I'm inclined to agree with. I really don't see how South Africa can set a score here with enough time. With the amount of time remaining, it's either going to be an Australian victory by an innings or a draw as it stands at the moment. I'm afraid to say, as a South African fan, and Josh Hazelwood continues to Dean Elgar. It's an edge, and is it caught? It's caught at second slip by Steve Smith. What a magnificent catch there by the ex-captain, Steve Smith, diving to his left. And the umpires are going to check if that catch was actually legitimately taken. Dean Elgar says he hopes it bounced. He's indicating that there was some movement away. 6 of 12 is Dean Algar. The score is 10. It's the first delivery of the 5th over, and Algar was caught in the slips. I'm not sure what the soft signal was there. It must have been soft signal of out, because Steve Smith caught that very neatly at second slip with one hand. And we'll see what the third umpire says now. Yeah, he went to his right. That ball is going into the hands of Steve Smith with fingers underneath it. It does sort of slide through and touch the grass. If they're going to apply the same logic that they did when Marnus Labuschagne was granted a life, then I would say that that Dean Algar is safe there. Goodness me, he just grabbed that one off the lawn, literally off the tips of the blades of grass. So the ball goes into his hands, but then sort of slides through between thumb and forefinger and touches the grass. But I would say that's a catch. That's a fair catch. That's Steve Smith standing at second slip, going to his right in front of first slip, scooping that one off the grass. And I think that's the end of Dean Algar. So Australia, 1 wicket closer to the 20 wickets that they need. And I think that has to be a catch. That's a brilliant catch. They're looking at it. They're still looking at it. Still the replays going back and forth. You can see Algar looking worriedly behind him as second slip dives in front of first and catches that one. Steve Smith, the wonderful expression on his face, straining himself and scooping that one off the Sydney pitch. What are they going to say? What is the third umpire going to say about this one? The problem is, does the ball touch the ground before he has control of the ball? That's the law. That's the word in the law. You have to have control. That's why the fielders throw the ball in the air, is to demonstrate that they have control of the ball. So is Algar going to get a life like Marnus Labuschagne did? Or are they going to give this one to Steve Smith? I think they should give that to Smith. That's a nice catch. Waiting for the third umpire. It's not out. Fair play all around, I would say. Labuschagne and Algar having a laugh there. And Algar lives to fight on. 10 without loss. What a catch by Steve Smith. And it was a good catch by Simon Harmer as well. That was disallowed. But in real time, it does look like he caught that. But in the replays, the ball just slides in between thumb and forefinger, touches the ground after he gets hold of it. And as he was standing up, Smith wasn't too sure that he got it. So Hazelwood robbed of a wicket like Marco Jansen was. As he comes in again to Dean Algar, who leaves this one alone outside off stump, no run. And once again, the South Africans making it look very difficult to bat. 465 runs behind South Africa. Ravi Nair saying, I'm sorry you're alone. We'll cluster around. Thank you, Ravi. And that's the man from Mumbai joining us. So thanks for that. It's not that bad, really, with all the rain delays that we've had. Dean Algar ducks underneath a short one over stump, no run. Yeah, it's been tough. Yesterday was quite the coincidence, with only myself and Ken not checking the weather, and then we had no play at all. And this morning, it seems that myself and the ever professional Mr. Ken Borland are on duty, and we'll see who else can join us later on. Hazelwood into Algar, leaves this one alone. Good morning, Mr. Borland.
Good morning, Otto.
How are you doing?
I'm good. Just struggling with remotes at the moment to try and mute televisions.
No, it's we've had no cricket since we were on the air on Thursday morning. Algar defends this one off his stumps down to fine leg for a single. And he moves on to 7 of 17. Arvia is on 4 of 12 with a score on 11 without loss. So apologies for the lack of schedule, Mr. Borland. I'll see what we can come up with. Otherwise, we'll just have to take a break. when we've had enough.
Hopefully some other colleagues will be rousing from their beauty sleeps soon.
Hazelwood into Arvia. He's solidly behind this one, and there's no run, so Cummins will face up to Algar in the next over, captain versus captain. It looks like the sun is out there in Sydney, so we'll see. It doesn't. Well, I'll have to check the weather forecast, but it looks nice and bright there. What did you think about that Smith catch?
Well, at least third umpire Richard Kettleborough is consistent, because there's no way he could have given Marnus Labuschagne not out when Simon Harmer caught him, and then given Dean Algar out for that catch. So two very similar incidents.
Yeah, I agree. But I thought both of them were wickets.
Well, it's funny, the Smith one seemed a bit more clear that the ball touched the ground, maybe because it was more on the side of his hand rather than straight in the middle. But at least there's been consistency in the test match. That's the good thing.
Yep. Cummins round the wicket to Algar, drives at this one. Thick outside edge, but well in control of that, all along the ground for 4, down to the third man boundary.
Not so sure about the control factor there, Otto. Algar seemed to be driving a long way from his body again. If watching Algar this morning has been a bit like the kind of entertainment the Romans used to put on the gladiators and the lions. And, you know the end is soon, but you still want to watch.
Yes. Cummins into Algar, leaves this one, and no run there. Yeah, okay, I'll have to agree with that. That was a scratchy shot by Dean Algar. Lucky to get away with that, with all the 3 slips and the gully and the backward point waiting there for that drive, but he got enough bat on it to make it go down into the ground and through the gap between gully and backward point for 4, 15 without loss. South Africa trail by 460 runs.
He's probably due a bit of luck, Algar.
And this time he just dabs that down to point, no run. Juan Colfi says, Algar, come on, you can edge it. Can we all know your best shot is edge? Yeah, as you said, he's driving away from his body. He's giving the Australians something to look forward to here. And see Dean's average as captain dropping down as opposed to his average as non-captain, and that's a bobbled ball out to a short square leg. That one caught some glove and some body, I think, and the man there at short square leg not quite getting to that. It was a short pitched ball, good short pitch delivery off the gloves, went looping through the air, teasing short square leg there, and Algar living a lucky life here.
Well, if it had been a traditional short leg, it would have been the simplest of catches for him.
He's a bit too far away from that one, and Algar leaves the next delivery alone. That's Alex Carey, I think, at short square leg. Just too far away to get hold of that one.
Carey would be keeping, I think.
Oh, no, sorry. What's his name? The other guy.
The COVID guy, Renshaw, Matt Renshaw, perhaps.
Smashed us around so very badly.
Travis Head.
They're number 4.
Travis Head. Travis Head, yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. And my feed just goes down for a while. Final delivery of that.
Head in the action again as Algar fended this on the bounce to him and was kind of walking out of his crease. And Head fielded and threw at the stumps all in one go, but fortunately missed, and Algar did get back in time anyway. Australia have just looked so sharp from the word go this morning, Otto. Every ball, every bit of fielding has just been on point.
Yes. Yeah, they've really shown themselves to be in a different class here in this match. And value for their 2-0 lead in the series. It's a great job that they're doing at the moment. I'm just waiting for my feed to come back.
Okay, well, it's Hazelwood in around the wicket to Avia, who pushes us into the covers. They scamper through for a well-judged single, and Avia will go to 5, and the total to 17 without loss. I beg your pardon, 16 without loss. Into the 7th over now.
This is going to be a mammoth task for South Africa to save a draw here. No chance of a South African victory. There isn't enough time left in the game. If they, by some miracle, manage to get to that 475, it will be a draw. So they'll have to bat it like 10 runs and over to make this a contest.
I mean, 276 will be their target, because then they avoid the follow-on. And then it almost certainly will be a draw. And I don't think it is that mammoth a task. They've basically got 20 wickets in hand to bat for 5 sessions. Surely that's not asking too much.
Yes, I agree. That should be the target for the Proteas there in Sydney, just to avoid the whitewash, the 3-0. And they'll probably score some points for the draw as well in the Test Championship. How does that work?
I think it's 6 points. 6 points for a draw, 12 for a win.
Okay.
So
in this series.
6 valuable points. Might not be enough to keep their hopes of playing in the final alive, but you never know. But, above all that, it's a great opportunity for a couple of these batsmen to actually get a decent score behind their names. Some of them are playing for the international career.
Yes, no, you're right. You're absolutely right. That is going to be top of mind, especially since the Australians made it look like such an easy wicket to bat on.
Yeah, it did look very flat. But as they say, you can only really judge once both teams have bowled on it. Look, the new ball has done a bit, which is not too unusual. There's obviously a bit of moisture still around in the pitch. I'm not sure if your feed's back up yet, Otto, as Hazelwood is around the wicket to Avia and left alone outside off stump.
It is now. Thank you, Ken. One ball to go in the 7th over. That's where I'm at. And Arvia on 5 of 17, Algar 12 of 24. Yes, there's will be some fringe players watching this and rooting for Australia as Arvia hooks this one down to a square leg, fine leg. They take another single. He will retain the strike. Sarel Arvia, end of Hazelwood's 4th over, 18 without loss. 7 overs gone.
Just on those fringe players, Otto, I was thinking of an idea which I'm not sure is the right idea, but it might be interesting before the 2 West Indies tests to almost make the 4-day games that follow the SA20 competition kind of like a trial for the test team. Whoever the batsmen are that perform the best in that 4-day competition, let's get the form guys into the Proteas team for those 2 West Indies tests. Incumbents must go and play the 4-day cricket as well, and prove that they are still among the best batsmen in the country. I'm not 100% sure if it's the right thing to do, but maybe it's an idea for the selectors to consider, as we're going to get spin as early as the 8th over. Nathan Lyon is coming on to bowl.
So Cummins hiding himself, taking himself out of the bowling attack. And he's got a slip and the short square leg in. He's got a gully point. And still adjusting his field to Sarel Arvia. He's got a fine leg on the boundary.
This is one of the issues with having just 2 seam bowlers in the attack. And I'm pretty sure Cummins is just letting Hazelwood, who's been the more threatening bowler, bowl a few more overs, and then he'll replace him.
This one was defended by Arvia, not very convincingly. Nudge down the leg side. They take single. So Algar to face Nathan Lyon.
And of course, 2 left-handers batting against the off-spinner. Ideal for Nathan Lyon.
Yes, indeed. This one is full on middle stump, defended by Algar. That last single was actually a leg by. 19 without loss. So they've got trailed by 456. You say 276 is the follow-on target. As Algar defends this one on leg stump. And
200 less than what Australia made.
So, John asking you a question. Ken, don't you think we will most likely forget this performance come West Indies series, the missed SA20, likely automatic exit from automatic 50 World Cup selection if we lose against England? Lion is into Algar, defends this one, no run. So
I'll answer John at the over, perhaps.
Okay. And Lion into Algar, defends this one, out to backward point, no run, 21 without loss. 1 ball to go in the over. Yeah. We've got some comments coming through here on YouTube. Thank you so much, everybody listening in. Lion into Algar, outside leg, stump, and just nudge down to backward of square on the leg side, no run, single taken there, and Algar retains the strike, 22 without loss. Okay, so he's talking about.
Yeah, I hope we haven't forgotten this miserable Test series. Yeah, I'm of the view that good red ball cricketers and good Test cricketers actually form the basis of good white ball cricketers. I think if players have a good foundation against the red ball, they can then build their games to become very good white ball cricketers. And if we don't have a good first class game in South Africa, and we don't have a good Test team, I think it'll impact our white ball cricket as well.
Yeah, it's those fundamentals, right? So even if you're not a regular in the Test side for your country, as long as you're playing against the guys in red ball cricket, you can pick up those fundamental skills. Hazelwood to Algar on middle and leg, just defended, no run. And
I must say,
yeah.
Carry on, Otter.
No, just sometimes it's the other way around these days, where guys make their big impact in white ball cricket, and then they get to the Test team later on. But most of the time, it's if those basics are in place, then guys have a much longer career in the white ball stuff. Algar defends this one to the leg side, no run. Hazelwood continuing here. And so let's see. With him saying that was a good move with the two left-handers, the off spinner. Thank you for that, with him. And then Juan Colfie coming in again, saying Hazelwood goes into Algar, 3 slips in, defends this one from outside off stump to square leg for no run. He calls for the reset button against the West Indies, so I think he agrees with you about making the 4-day games a trial, and 3 new batters, like as I did in 20. So he says maybe keep Bavuma and Kyle from this group, which I agree with, and Jagan from earlier squads, and then add 3 new batters, just like what Issa did back in 2004. Left alone by Algar outside off stump, no run. So definitely Temba, Bavuma and Kyle Verreynne can stay in this batting lineup.
Yeah, they've done enough. They've been the 2 best batsmen on this tour.
By far. By a long way. Hazelwood round the wicket. Algar fends this one, and he gets the edge through to the keeper. And Alex Carey takes the catch. Algar is gone. He's out for 15 off 34. And that is the end of the South African captain. Just fended at a short one on leg stump. Nicely directed bouncer, and got the bat handle and glove there of Algar, and he's out.
It was a very awkward flap at the ball by Dean Algar. They've definitely been targeting short lifting balls, as you say, on leg stump, just outside leg stump at Algar. And you could say he's been unlucky to be maybe caught down the leg side once, but that's now 3 times in the series. So clearly there's an issue that he needs to work on, and Australia have zeroed in on that absolutely perfectly. Algar caught behind for 15.
He faced 34 balls and scored 2 fours at a strike rate of 44.1. Did Algar. And so Amogelang Imos on Facebook says, Australia are cheating. We are not used to the stupid conditions. Not sure what he's referring to there. Thanks for the comment on Facebook. And then Joan says, this is where media part comes in. They must not let them forget it, which they did after T20 World Cup. Nothing happened. And Ravi Nair is disagreeing with Ken entirely. I'd prefer to see white ball cricketers making it to test teams rather than vice versa. And thank you, Witham, for the compliment. And Hunain Dahar says, media doesn't ask hard questions in South Africa. How come selector kept his position after T20 World Cup exit? I can tell you the media are quite harsh on the South African team when they don't perform well. Aren't you, Ken?
Yeah, I think we fairly fair in our criticism. Interesting now, Heinrich Klaasen is coming in number 3, just his third test innings. Personally, I'd prefer to have seen Temba Bavuma come in at number 3.
Oh, that is strange.
I know, yeah. Very decent straight drive first up by Heinrich Klaasen, but very well fielded by Josh Hazlewood, who then immediately throws at the stumps but misses. Yeah, I think they've done it because it's just a straight. He's replacing the man who did bat number 3 in the last test. So that's where he slots in. But to me, Klaasen's more of a middle order player, and Bavuma's got the right sort of technique, I think, to bat 3, to take on the new ball, these sort of situations.
Yeah, so that dot ball, end of the 9th over, means RV is now facing Lion on leg stump, defended to the bowler, no run. Yeah, I mean, the South African fans are usually quite harsh, and I think that the whole World Cup thing just sort of slid by because we've gotten used to these sort of things. As South African fans, as Arvia defends this one outside off stump. But it doesn't seem that the opinions of the fans and the media have much to do with what Cricket South Africa does. They sort of do what they do, as Arvia lunges forward and defends, and there's no run.
I'm going to be unpopular for saying this, but judging by social media, the last thing Cricket South Africa should do is listen to the fans.
Lion goes into Arvia, and it's a LBW shout there. Ball rifle says no. Oh, they're very eager here, the Australians. 9, 8, 7 seconds left. No, Cummins says no. Oof. Let's see the replay. That might have gone down leg. That didn't straighten enough, I think. You're right there, Ken. Lion right arm round the wicket, and it's outside off stump, left alone by Arvia. Bravely left alone. The one that doesn't turn. So that last delivery was clipping the top of leg stump. Umpire's call. Ooh, by the faintest of whiskers.
So a good decision
into
by
Arvia on. Yeah, excellent decision. And Arvia back onto his stumps, defends this one. No run. Lots of excitement here from Australia as Arvia faces a maiden over from Nathan Lyon, 22 with 1 wicket down.
He didn't defend that last ball very solidly, as if he was in much control there. Very awkward indeed.
Yes.
Nathan Lyon hasn't obtained too much turn so far, but he's already causing problems.
And you see some highlights here of Algar's innings and that plan that Australia have to bowl to him on that leg stump. short line. Sadiq Sumro saying, more than our batting, I'm worried about our bowling. It looks like our bowlers don't know how to bowl on normal pitches. Pattern is happening for so long. We bowl well in good bowling conditions. Probably as Hazelwood to Heinrich Klaasen defends this one. No run.
Yeah, is it Sadiq who posted that comment? I think there's an element of truth in that. I really do.
Yes.
Australia's attack has generally bowled with a bit more control than the Proteas.
Yeah.
Better lengths.
The deficit now, 453 runs. Australia need 19 wickets. Hazelwood into Klaasen, and there's no run. South Africa need to survive another 48 overs today after this one. And then what we have, 95 or 100 overs tomorrow if there's no more rain interruptions.
96, I think. I think they add on 6
Okay.
for the extra half hour, I think. Yeah.
Can it be done?
Well, it should be done, really. 5 sessions, 20 wickets in there, 19 now, really.
Yeah. If you can't do that, then you shouldn't be a test player. No run there again, as Klaasen just defends that one. It was sort of a back foot drive, but fielded well by Marnus Nabuskagni, standing at a shortish mid-off, very close to the bat, or well, close to the non-striker's end.
And so sharp to pick up that Farrell Evia had advanced down the wicket a bit at the non-striker's end. He swiveled around and threw at the stumps, but Evia got back in time.
Klaasen goes to play a forward defensive kind of shot there, and a big appeal for LBW by Hazelwood. Are they going to convince Cummins that he should refer? They're talking 5, 4, 3, referred. Cummins is referring this one. LBW, Heinrich Klaasen to Josh Hazelwood.
He was trapped on the crease, but I think he might have just got outside off stump.
Yes.
Certainly Heinrich Klaasen will be hoping so. He's yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, I think that's what happened there. I don't think that struck him in front. And we'll see what they say here on the replay. So the ball strikes him on the back leg. No, he's flicked his own pad with his bat. And then the ball strikes his pad, the back leg. It's sort of awkwardly squared up and shuffling across his off stump there, Heinrich Klaasen.
It's going to be touch and go on off stump, whether it's hit him in line or not.
And was there contact? So there's some hot spots on the bat because he flicked his own pad with his bat.
Yeah.
And so we won't be able to tell.
I don't think he's hit the ball with the bat.
No. He went underneath the bat. So there's no, we can't see from that angle if the ball was close to the bat as it passes through. So they'll have to show the camera angle because square leg is in front of the camera.
Short leg, yeah. Just blocking the...
short leg. Yeah, it's blocking the side-on view. Let's see.
Yeah, Klaasen got into an awful tangle with the flap of his back leg.
Oh, there we go. So we can see there is space between bat and ball. No, he's still don't know if the ball is actually near the bat.
Yeah, they need the square on angle for point,
Yes.
just so that we can see when that snicker spike, whether the ball has actually passed the bat or not.
Yes. So we can see the angle from behind, and we see the side on view where short leg is in the way as the ball is passing the bat. We can't tell whether or not there was actually contact with the bat. So they're still trying to sort that out before they go for ball tracking. And I think they've decided now that there was contact with the bat because they're not even looking at the ball tracker. They're not even looking at whether or not the ball was hitting him in line and hitting the stumps and so on. Hazelwood carries on to Klaasen. This one is short of a length, defended by Klaasen, and there's no run.
Interesting decision that by the TV umpire, I must say. Hopefully
without
seeing off stump anyway.
Without seeing that angle from the point region, to see if the ball was actually close to the bat. So they've lost the review. Australia, Hazelwood into Klaasen, and he defends this one to mid-on for no run.
That seems very hard on Australia. They're basically being punished for the lack of a decent camera angle from the other side. However, if they do show the mat and it shows that it hit him outside the line of off stump, then they do deserve to lose their review. That would settle things once and for all.
Yeah, so still 3 slips, Gully backward point, and Hazelwood with the final ball of his over, and Klaasen comes forward and drives at this one and squirts out to point for no run. Klaasen 0 of 8.
He's a pretty phlegmatic character, pretty patient, so hopefully it won't bother him that he hasn't got off the mark yet.
No, the runs should be of no concern to the batters. And we've said that so many times during this tour, where they just needed to bat time, just stay at the crease. At least 5 or 6 times I can remember myself saying this. Just stay there, just keep batting. Yeah.
And that's why I disagree with Ravi Nair about putting white ball players into the test team, because they don't know necessarily how to bat for 60 overs.
Arvia defends this one back down the pitch for no run as line continues round the wicket, right arm to the left-hander, driven by Arvia, out to mid-off, no run. Yeah, and then we see in the white ball stuff as well, when the match situation calls for calmness and level-headedness and occupying the crease. Sometimes in white ball cricket, you need that as well. And then our players don't seem to be able to do that. Okay, 24 for 1. This is the 4th ball now to come in the 12th over.
Avia got off strike with a little sweep, a little paddle around the corner. So Nathan Lyon will bowl to Heinrich Klaasen for the first time. Heinrich Klaasen is arguably the best player of spin in South Africa. So it's going to be interesting to see how he handles this great off spinner.
Silly mid-off now in for the right-hander. Ball coming into Klaasen, who defends this one down the pitch to the bowler, no run. leg slip is in there. A normal slip. And a short square leg. 4 men around the bat for Klaasen. Into his crease he goes and defends to square leg. Short square leg, no run. Can Klaasen be the hero? Can he put his name onto the team sheet for the next tour? As Klaasen defends, no run, and the end of the 12th over, 24 for 1.
Well, it's a great opportunity for him and for all the other batsmen, because whoever gets a decent score in these next 2 days will surely play against the West Indies. You don't really want to be changing your entire top 5 or top 6, as some people have suggested, especially when inexperience is the problem. You don't want to get rid of all of your experience and have a totally rookie batting lineup.
Yeah, look, we've got Zubair Hamza and Ryan Rickleton, who were part of the team.
Keegan Peterson to come back from injury.
Yes, that's right. So there are people. Well, I referred to fringe players earlier, but there are players that are waiting to come back into the team, who deserve a spot. I think they're all quite young in their test careers, those 3, but they're very talented, all 3 of them. And Arvia defends this one from Cummins, who's replaced Hazelwood now, and there's no run.
Yeah, and certainly in the case of Rickleton, very much a form player, a dominant player in domestic cricket. So he has to have a look. And the only problem with Rickleton is he does have that ankle problem, which is not stopping him from playing. But I get the feeling he's delaying surgery until after the SA20. So it'll be interesting to see if he can delay it right into the off-season, or whether he'll have it after the SA20.
Cummins to Arvia, no run. Plays this one to mid-on. Yeah, and he's looking really good. He was playing so well in the one-day cup, in the one-day competition here in South Africa, Ryan Rickleton. And then his team won the whole thing.
Yeah, and he's been a consistent scorer in 4-day cricket for the last couple of seasons. So it's not as if he's a flash in the pan.
No. Another dot ball there from Cummins to Arvia. And Sadiq Sumro asking, Ken, do you see them making big calls in upcoming matches, or do you see them continue to play this group of batters to see how they improve? As Cummins comes into Sarel Arvia, left alone, outside of stump, no run.
Well, I think they're going to have to be some changes. You know, you can't have the year that South Africa have just had. In 2022, there were only 3 batsmen who averaged over 30, and that was Temba Bavuma, 40, Keegan Peterson, 38. Obviously, they've really missed him through injury, and Kyle Verreynne, 32. So Bavuma and Verreynne, as we've discussed, will surely keep their places. But then, there've got to be a couple of fresh faces brought in, I would think.
Yes. And Cummins into Arvia, they take a single, and Klaasen will face the final delivery. See a replay here. That was a pull shot there by Sarel Arvia, and well cut off there by the man on the boundary. Just a single.
Almost like a pull drive by Arvia. It was quite a straight bat through contact. Great bit of work on the boundary there. I think it was Travis Head. And his reward is going to be to get the helmet and come in at short leg.
Yeah, very good work there on the boundary, and Klaasen all in behind this one. No run, back to the bowler, 13 overs gone, 25 for 1.
Yeah, when I say fresh faces, I mean Peterson has played a bit of Test cricket, so you get him back. Rickleton has had a taste of Test cricket, didn't do too badly, didn't look out of place. He must be in the mix. Zubair Hamza just needs to put some numbers on the board following his suspension for a doping offence. But one would guess he would be in the mix as well.
Yes. Yeah, there'll be eyes on him in that 4-day series, no doubt. He was out first ball in the final of the domestic one-day tournament, so didn't give himself a chance there. And Lion goes to Erwee, outside off stump, left alone by Erwee. South Africa 450 runs behind, and Lion into Erwee defended. 276, you said, was the follow-on target, right?
Yeah.
So that means that there are 251 runs away from that follow-on target. 25 for 1 is the score at the moment. Lion into Erwee, and he just dabs this out to mid-off for no run. So we've been going now for about almost coming up onto 2 hours. That will mean that tea should be taken now any moment. No, still another hour to go to tea. And it looks like it's just me and you, Ken. I'm not getting any response from anybody else. So maybe we should just take a break for 5 or so minutes. Lion round the wicket. Erwee defends, and there's no run.
276 doesn't sound like that much. But the bad news is that South Africa haven't made that many in their last 8 innings.
Yes, that'll be quite an achievement if they get there. Erwee defends this one off the back foot, no run.
Quicker and flatter by Nathan Lyon. Almost like a seamer he bowled there.
Yeah, and that is a drinks break. And I don't know about you, Ken, but I'm going to take a break and get me some coffee, and I'll be back in a little bit.
So we're back at the Sydney Cricket Ground after the first drinks break of the day. Of course, the entire morning session was washed out this morning. Australia declaring on their overnight 475 for 4 declared, and South Africa have struggled to 25 for 1 in the 14 overs bowled in their first hour of batting. Dean Elgar, the man to fall for 14, as Pat Cummins is in to Heinrich Klaasen down the leg side, and Klaasen will finally get off the mark off his 13th delivery as he pushes this away through mid-wicket for a single, and the score ticks over to 26 for 1. Sarul Avia is with him on 8. So Dean Elgar, the beleaguered Proteas captain, the man out, caught behind by Alex Carey off the really impressive Josh Hazlewood, who has come back from injury and just been absolutely spot on all innings so far. He bowled a really good short ball at Elgar, who flapped awkwardly at it. It came off the glove and went through to the wicketkeeper. Cummins in again, now around the wicket to the left-handed Avia, who just leaves us alone outside off stump. Avia has faced 40 deliveries for his 8 runs, so being pretty patient out there. And if it's batting entertainment you're after in the last 2 days of this test, I wouldn't bank too heavily on it. South Africa in a real battle for survival here. Their first target, of course, will be 276 to avoid the follow-on, which could well also be enough to save the draw. As Cummins with 2 slips and a gully comes in again to Avia. This one angled into the stumps. Avia punches, and it just goes to mid-on for no run. Avia's looked reasonably solid in his time out there. Really noticeable how the Australian bowlers hit their straps from ball 1 this afternoon rather, in Sydney, as Cummins, the Aussie captain, is in again to Avia, back of a length outside off stump. A good leave by Sarul Avia.
That's refreshing to hear that our batters are leaving the ball.
Yeah, it was one of those ones just outside off stump that a batsman could well have been drawn into having a go at, back of a length. But Avia is a proper red ball opener in that he generally shows good shot selection. Here's Cummins again to him. Fuller this time. Avia drives nicely. He's got this in the gap. Pass cover. It's being chased by Marnus Labuschagne, who dives full length and manages to claw the ball back as it lost acceleration as it neared the boundary. So that will be 3 runs to Avia. Here he goes to 11. And a nicely controlled cover drive there by the left-hander.
Sort of an anticlimactic dive there by Marnus Labuschagne, as he thought he would have a dramatic tap back of the ball, and the ball just died and just plugged in the grass there as he almost dove past it. 2 slips and a gully now in for Klaasen. Yeah.
He dived from about 2 meters away as well.
Yes.
It worked out well in the end for him. But Heinrich Klaasen will now take strike to Pat Cummins, last ball of the over. And back of a length on middle and off, and Klaasen meets it with a very solid defensive stroke. No runs, so 15 overs gone, 29 for 1.
Right, 44 more overs to go. And Sadiq Sumro asks, can you inform us who is the team analyst with the Proteas and which team he was associated with before joining the Proteas? Yeah, we lost our analyst.
Well, Prasanna Angaram was the analyst. He's now with the Central Gauteng Lions. The new analyst is Ravesh Gobint, who played for the KZN Dolphins as a batsman, and then was with the Warriors coaching staff before joining the Proteas as Sorrel Evia sweeps Nathan Lyon's first delivery behind square on the leg side, and it's well placed. They're going to come to you for 2 runs. Evia will go to 13 and the total 31 for 1.
Yeah, I know the previous guy was well revered by all the players. They had lots of respect for him. I haven't heard anything about this.
This is full from line, but Sorrel Evia won't be drawn into an aggressive stroke. He just kills it dead in the pitch in front of him. So Lion with just a slip and a short leg to Evia. This is short. Evia rocks, backs and cuts, but no timing. And the ball just killed into the field in front of him. No run.
So you see that Agar is on the field. He's in the team, waiting for him to get a chance to bowl.
This is fuller from line. Evia cuts again and misses. That was maybe a bit too full to cut. Nathan Lyon excited about the possibilities of a caught behind there. Here's Lyon again, right arm around the wicket to the left-hander again. Nicely pitched up and Evia forward and defence into the covers. No run. Yeah, Ashton Agar, the left-arm orthodox spinner, the other spinner in the team. As Lyon to complete his over. Full again, middle and off, and Evia just defends into the covers. No run, end of the 16th over, South Africa 31 for 1. It'll probably be a little while until we see Ashton Agar, because Pat Cummins is just 2 overs into his second spell, replacing Hazelwood. So he'll no doubt have a few more up his sleeve. But an opportunity for South Africa to put Australia under pressure, Otto, if they can just force these bowlers into more spells, because there are only 2 pace bowlers and 2 spinners.
Yes, that will be great if the batters can survive long enough to start thinking about that. Cummins to Klaasen, who defends, and there's no run. So there's 4 more sessions left. Well, 4.5 basically sessions left in the test match. 2 slips in a gully for Cummins to Klaasen. Goes down the leg side, and Klaasen tries to flick it down to fine leg, but doesn't get any bat, and there's no run.
Said I was surprised by Klaasen coming in number 3. He has opened the batting in one-day cricket before, so he's not a total stranger to the new ball. And he, as a guy who's often come in number 5, he probably has faced the second new ball on quite a few occasions. And so far, touch wood, looks fairly secure.
He's securely behind this one from Cummins. No run there on off stump. And Sadiq Sumro saying, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Gobind was assistant coach with the Dolphins. Was he working as analyst? Team analyst is specialized job nowadays. Teams are data-driven. Yes, that's true about the data-driven thing. But I'm not that familiar with Mr. Gobind's pedigree and his resume. Cummins into Klaasen on the leg stump, short of a length. Jab down to backward square leg for just a single. Puts Arvia back
I'm
on
not
strike, and Klaasen
sure.
onto 2 runs off 18 balls.
I'm not sure if Cobent was on the Dolphins coaching staff. I know he was certainly on the Warriors coaching staff, and I think during his time there, he got involved in the analytical side of things. Clearly a passion of his.
Yeah, and it's but what Sadiq says is quite right. It is a very specialized job these days. Cummins now right arm round the wicket to Arvia, the left-hander, short and pulled by Arvia to fine leg, who picks it up, and they'll just take a single, I think.
Yeah, Arvia, a taller man than Dean Elgar, nicely on top of the bounce there, didn't really pose him any problems.
Yep, so Klaasen back on strike, and they just have the 2 slips in for Heinrich Klaasen and the gully. Now Cummins over the wicket to the right-hander, and he has a drive at that one, inside half of the bat, back down the pitch to the bowler, no run. End of the 17th over, 33 for 1.
It's interesting that Australia, who have gazillion runs to play with, really, have only got 2 slips. You would think with the match situation they can afford to pack the slip cordon, but perhaps it's an indication that with the ball 17 overs old now, there's not that much movement going on out there.
But they still have 3 slips in for Arvia. We'll check that, but
I think they had 2 in the last over, and the gully.
Yeah. Okay, so they did get rid of the 3rd slip for both batsmen. But Klaasen's still new at the crease, and like you say, so many runs, they can afford to be more attacking. Arvia defends this one full on off stump. No run there. So Nathan Lyon is carrying on. Another man getting a helmet. And that will be a silly point. Or a silly mid-off. A little bit in front of square to be a silly point. So slip, silly point, and a square leg.
He is lunging forward a little bit at times.
So that was another dot ball there to Arvia. 14 Arvia scored off 52.
Of course, the double bluff from Lyon. The ball was quicker and shorter.
Yes, he's bowling very quickly for a spinner there. 90 k's an hour, darting it in at that middle and off stump line. Not giving the ball a lot of flight, but Arvia managing to keep that out. And the line continues now to Arvia outside off stump, cut away by Arvia off the back foot. Very nicely done, onto the point boundary. 4 runs to Sarel Arvia.
Almost a square drive by Sarel Arvia. Very nice straight bat, beautiful shot, lovely timing, in total control. That really was probably the shot of the innings so far.
Yes, we haven't seen many shots, which is good from Protea's point of view. But that one was nice and short and wide and punished by Arvia. Good stuff there. Lions in again. And he's bowled him. Arvia has been clean bowled. He left that one alone outside off stump. It didn't turn. Just kept on coming in with the line of the arm. And Arvia has been bowled 18 from 55 balls.
Oh, my goodness. I wonder if that hit one of the pitch marks. It certainly looked close to one, but a horrible misjudgment. Horrible misjudgment by Sarel Arvia. No, it didn't. Didn't hit a pitch mark. He's just left an arm ball.
Yeah. Excuse me for a minute or two, Ken. I'll be back as soon as I can.
Okay. Otto raised an interesting point just a couple of minutes ago about Nathan Lyon bowling in the 90s in terms of speed, 90 kilometers per hour. And perhaps one of the reasons Keshav Maharaj has not been as successful in the series as usual, his pace seems to have been a little bit slow for the pitches. He's been in the 80s, and it was noticeable how the Australian batsmen were quite comfortable playing him off the back foot. They had the time to go onto the back foot and play him comfortably. And Sarel Ervier playing no shot at all to the quicker, flatter delivery from Nathan Lyon. A horrible misjudgment by the left arm. It's not the first time Lyon has bowled in that delivery, so he's been forewarned, but it just clipped the top of off stump. So Sarel Ervier departs, bowled by Nathan Lyon for 18. He was there for 55 balls, hit 2 fours, one of them off just the previous ball, a wonderful square drive, probably the shot of the innings. As Temba Bavuma walks to the crease, ever the man for the crisis, and if ever South Africa needed Temba Bavuma to rescue them, it is now. 37 for 2. Still 240 runs away, 239 runs away from avoiding the follow-on on this penultimate day of the third test. So Nathan Lyon now has 2 right-handers to deal with. He's back over the wicket to Bavuma, who hops outside off stump and just defends this in front of him. No run. It's the end of a successful over for Nathan Lyon. He grabs the second South African wicket. He's got 1 for 10 after 6 overs. And just the replay of Nathan Lyon's wonderful last over. Every ball, well, the first 5 balls were practically on a handkerchief just outside off stump. And that last one was just a little bit shorter and quicker. And Sarel Ervier left it, having played all the other ones quite comfortably. He looked a bit bemused as he left the crease, clearly not really sure what happened there. So Heinrich Klaasen is at the crease on 2. Temba Bavuma has faced just 1 ball and is yet to score, as Pat Cummins continues the attack. Right arm over to Heinrich Klaasen on the leg stump, bit short. Klaasen fends it towards square leg, no run. That Sarel Ervier wicket just clipped the top of off stump, close to the bails. I don't think Ervier was leaving it on bounce there. Cummins in, back of a length, straight. Klaasen defends it towards mid-on, no run. He's faced 21 balls for his 2 runs, Heinrich Klaasen. He looks in absolutely no rush, which is the right approach, one feels, for this battle of survival for the Proteas. So 18 wickets left in hand for them, and just a little less than 4.5 sessions to survive. Cummins in again to Klaasen. This is a lifted out net. Klaasen fends at it, and he's got a bit of glove to it. Caught behind Heinrich Klaasen. Another South African batsman caught down the leg side. Oh, goodness, it was such a soft dismissal, really. That leg side tactic really working well for the Australians in this series. Good sharp lifter from Cummins. Got up almost shoulder high. Klaasen really probably shouldn't have even been playing at it, but he couldn't resist just trying to glance at it, and the catch goes through to wicketkeeper Kerry. Heinrich Klaasen out for 2. South Africa in all sorts of trouble on 37 for 3. Otto Simon, don't you dare go away again. You cost us a wicket.
From 1 wicket to another. Kalma saying sad but predictable. Yeah, Australia getting the job done. Yeah, that was a ball that, as you say, Ken, should have been left alone. Brushes
Quite
the
difficult to leave,
glove.
to be fair. It was kind of heading for his armpit. And I guess the natural instinct is you don't really want to get hit. So you've got a bat, try and use it. But Cummins really getting some steep bounce there.
So
and
rescue job is on again for Themba Bavuma.
And Kaya Zondo has joined him. Kaya Zondo,
so 30.
Yeah, averaging 16.20 in his 5 test matches so far.
Still just the 2 slips for the brand new batter.
Short leg in place, so perhaps bounce rather than swing or seam movement is the preferred weapon here. And the first delivery from Cummins to Zondo is short, and he gets nicely behind it and defends it square on the offside, no run.
I see another replay of that wicket. So, yeah, we'll have to give that one to Cummins and say that was a very well-directed bouncer to Heinrich Klaasen. Forced him to react, forced him to play at that. And that's 37 runs from the top 3 for South Africa. 15, 18 and 2.
Yeah, the struggle continues. Cummins in to Zondo, short again, rising up above the off stump, and Zondo covers the bounce very well and just plays it dead into the pitch in front of him.
And in stark contrast to Australia's performance on the same pitch.
Yeah, the Cummins wicket delivery was a fair bit shorter than he had been bowling before, and 4 or 5 kilometers per hour faster. So a bit of a surprise ball, and it certainly worked well. Cummins in to Zondo, beaten outside the off stump as he shuffles into line. Kept a little low as well. Zondo bats with a bit of an open stance with his left leg pointing probably between mid-on and mid-wicket. And then as the bowler bowls, he shuffles into line, but beaten outside off stump on that occasion.
Yeah, that was a beautiful delivery from Patrick Cummins. Wicket maiden, finished off there in style by Pat Cummins. And we saw that the way he set up Heinrich Klaasen, getting him to square up, getting him to play at every single ball, and then the surprise faster bouncer that got the wicket. Sadiq Sumro saying, now this is where 6 batters policy is an issue. 2 quick wickets and batter coming in knows he has no designated batter left behind. Those 7 batters might not score much, but gives batters assurance. Well, I mean, if you're 30 odd for 3, it doesn't really matter how many batters you're playing.
Bavuma defends from the crease, no run. Yeah, well, I don't think it's just been an issue now. I think it's been an issue the whole series. South Africa have got one of their weakest batting lineups in memory, and yet we refuse to play the extra batsman, as Bavuma again just defends on the leg side, no run.
We appear to be a bit clueless looking in from the outside.
As line, and again, this is short turn. Bavuma rocks onto the back foot, slaps it away through the covers, and it's not going to reach the boundary as 2 Australian bowlers converge and fielders converge. Bavuma will get off the mark with a 3. South Africa 40 for 3.
So 236 runs behind the follow-on score. 7 wickets in hand. Lion will be bowling to Zondo now. They've got the silly mid-off, leg slip, or leg gully rather. It's more squarer than a slip there. And then the short square leg for Lion to the right-hander.
Here's Lion in again to Zondo, back of a length. Zondo defends just outside off stump, no run.
Just want to check something here for Zondo. What are his first-class figures like?
As Nathan Lyon in again to Zondo, silly point, short leg slip, and a conventional slip, and Zondo punches this to mid-off, no run.
Okay, so
Nathan Lyon in again, more flight this time, outside of stump. Zondo stretches forward and defends. Nathan Lyon interested, but met the middle of the bat.
So let's see if I can find his first-class average. It's showing me the stats here for test matches.
I do actually happen to have Kaya Zondo up on Cricket Archive from a previous search. As South Africa 40 for 3 after 20 overs. Australia with a firm stranglehold still on this batting lineup, as Pat Cummins will bowl his 8th over, 2 slips, a gully. There's a square leg who's a little bit closer to the batsman than usual. As he has Cummins right arm over the wicket to Zondo to get off the mark. Full Zondo drives nicely, but fielded by the bowler, no run. I beg your pardon, TV says it's Zondo, but it's actually Bavuma.
They've corrected it now. It's a nice full and straight ball there from Cummins. It was a bizarre leave there from Arvia. So we see the replay of his wicket.
Cummins in again to Bavuma, back of a length. Bavuma nicely behind it, defends to mid-on, no run. So I always like to not just give overall first-class figures, because for those who don't know, in South African cricket, there's always been a second division that's been considered first class. And so those stats can bump out the batsman's figures a bit, as Cummins is in again to Temba Bavuma. Shorter this time, lifting nicely, and Bavuma plays it well. Gets on top of the bounce nicely, pushes it away on the offside, no run. But I can tell you that for the Dolphins, who would be in the A division, so these are top division runs, Zondo 72 matches, averages 32.63. And his other, I guess, top division cricket for South Africa A, 12 matches, averaging just 18. As Cummins is in again to Bavuma. Back of a length this time, Bavuma again comes forward, defends away on the offside, no run.
He's got a highest score of 82. Excuse me, 36. He's got 81 runs in total in his career, 36 average in test matches. 36 highest score, excuse me, in test matches. Average is 16 in the 5 tests that he's played so far. So he's definitely somebody who needs to put some more runs on the board to keep his place in the team, I would say. Maybe he's been identified as a talent that can grow.
Fuller from Cummins, and Bavuma drives it out to mid-on, no run. The only thing about that, Otto, is that Kaya Zondo is already well over 30. So perhaps if one is looking for young talent, a guy like Tony DeZorzi has really been making bucket loads of runs. Just a good bouncer from Cummins. Bavuma sways out the way, kept the hands low. Yeah, Kyle's under 32 years old. Still early days in his Test career. Just on those first class figures, which are fairly average. He has done a lot better though in the last couple of seasons. He averaged 73, I think it was last season.
Yeah. No, he's earned his place in the team with good performances in recent times. Ravi Nair saying the collapse is on. SA in tatters. And Sadiq Sumro saying we need to ask ourselves, what is our strength? As Lion continues to Zondo, who sweeps this one nicely to deep mid wicket for a single. And if it's bowling, then give a cushion to batting by playing 7 batters. If bowling is our weakness, you can understand the 5 bowlers theory. Now, I think the 5 bowlers thing is just because they're scared of having injuries in the match. And Lion goes to Bavuma, defends the second delivery. They're going to take a single as the leg gully has to run to fetch that.
It also depends on conditions. I'm sure Australia regret playing the extra batsman now, having seen how this pitch has actually been a very good one for batting.
Lion into Zondo, who defends this one out to mid-wicket, no run. 42 for 3 in the 22nd over. Yeah, so if you get stuck with 3 bowlers in a test match because you have an injury, but that shouldn't be something that you plan for. Zondo defends this one down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, especially when South Africa have such strict medical fitness conditions that have ruled Ryan Rickleton out. Sasanda Magala has fallen foul of them as well.
Yeah, Zondo reaches forward to this one, plays it out to cover for a single. 1 ball to go in the 22nd over. Yeah, people getting sent back to do some more fitness training and refusing to take Ryan Rickleton on tour for fear that his ankle might give way as they take a single to end the over. 4 runs off that over. 22 overs gone. 44 for 3 is the score.
And then just to add another layer of ridiculousness to the Rickleton situation, Tiernan de Bruin, he was pretty much chosen in his place, actually, unavailable for this test match because his wife was giving birth to their first child, which presumably they did know about. The selectors, that is, knew about before the tour, unless it was another Christmas miracle.
How deep do they dig? You know, do you have to disclose your family planning strategy when you join the Proteas team?
I'm sure Tiernan de Bruin would have said from the outset that, look, there's a chance that she may deliver during the 3rd test.
Yeah, maybe it's a surprise. The little one decided to enter the world earlier than expected. That happens.
We're going to see Ashton Agar for the first time. The shaven-headed Ashton Agar with a bit of a book part, tallish, angular-looking man, better known for his exploits in white ball cricket. And his first ball back's a bit of a rotten delivery. Half chucker, which Temba Bavuma slaps away through the covers. There is protection, though, a cover sweeper. So Bavuma will just get a single.
Yeah, that was a good shot to punish that wide one.
Agar in again to Bavuma. That's better. Fuller. Bavuma will get another single though. Zondo rather, as he drives this nicely through the covers. He goes to 3 and the total to 46 for 3.
Let's see after this over. We'll get to the comments.
Agar, this one is back of a length and takes off, turn and bounce. Fortunately, it pitched just outside all sub, so Temba Bavuma didn't need to play, although he shaped as if he was, and then the bounce just steepling. Wow, that was quite extraordinary. Agar in again. Again, some good bounce, but not as steep as the previous delivery. And Bavuma comfortably steers us away on the offside, no run. Yeah, the pitch actually broke up a bit, that previous delivery that took off. Agar in again, back of a length. Bavuma, nice footwork, makes space and steers us away square on the offside for a single. He'll go to 7, and the total 48 for 3, 47 for 3. Agar operating with a short leg and a slip. Here he is to Zondo. Nicely tossed up. Zondo pushes forward. It's square on the offside. He thinks of a single, but they decide against it, and that's the end of the 23rd over, 47 for 3.
Yes, so that's the second spinner selected for this test by Australia, and apart from that first delivery, quite an interesting over. Getting some turn, some bounce, as you said. So looking good here for Australia. Everything is just going very nicely for them at the moment. 2 spinners operating now as Lion continues. And then Carl Mahadeo says,
Well, Lion has both a leg slip and a conventional slip, and a short leg and a silly mid-off.
Now he's backing the fielders around the batters here. Bavuma will face him. Bavuma on 7 of 16. Carl Mahadeo says, who would you guys drop moving forward? I think Erwin, Rassie van der Dussen, De Bruin, and Zondo. We'll talk about that maybe after this over, with spinners coming through thick and fast.
Lion back of a length, angling into off stump, and Bavuma just pushes it to Silly off, no run. Well, 2 of those aforementioned have been dropped already. Well, I suppose De Bruin is unavailable, and Rassie van der Dussen's been dropped there. As Lion in again, nicely flighted up on off stump. Bavuma stretches forward and defends, no run.
We'll talk a little bit more about that at the end of the over, because the deliveries are going to come through very quickly now with both spinners in operation.
Lion again flighted a bit wider outside off stump. Bavuma again defends, no run. Temba Bavuma rapidly chewing gum. The adrenaline obviously flowing as Lion in again. Shorter on middle leg. Bavuma rocks back and pulls nicely. But the Australians again have a well-placed boundary rider. And it'll just be a single for Bavuma. He goes to 8. The total 48 for 3.
Oh, Labuschagne almost wearing that at short square leg.
Yeah, his right knee nearly got a hole in it. They wear shin
facing
guard.
now.
I'd want to wear a knee guard if I was fielding at short leg. As a Lion to Zondo. Outside off stump, Zondo steers it behind square on the offside, no run.
Travis Head has got the pads on, but I don't think Labuschagne has. Just double check that.
Last ball of the over then, Nathan Lyon to Kaya Zondo. Again, well flighted out. Zondo goes for the drive, and it's into City North, who is gingerly walking off the pane. Not sure Travis did have pads on. Onto the toe. Okay. Fair enough. And that did look sore.
We'll see a replay here of how that ball was played by Temba. And it's coming up now where he... No, that was Zondo who drove at that ball. And into the left big toe of Travis' head. And he's shouting and just hobbling along comically, much to our amusement.
So
that's how we like to see the Aussies.
Agar got the new over to Temba Bavuma, who again is stretching forward in defence, no run. Agar into his second over of left arm spin around the wicket. This is outside off stump, and Bavuma leaves it alone.
So just quickly there for Kyle commenting on YouTube.
Agar into Bavuma, who plays this off the back foot to extra cover, no run.
So De Bruin, Rassie van der Dussen already dropped.
Agar goes a bit wider, angling into the stumps. Bavuma defends nicely, no run.
And Tienus De Bruin, I think, was just a patch on top of Rassie, because that spot would have gone to Keegan Peterson.
Yeah. Agar, this is shorter. Bavuma paddle sweeps. It's in the air, but there's no one catching a short fine leg. And the man on the boundary will field. He'll get a single. Bavuma goes to 9, and a total 49 for 3.
Erwie is an interesting one.
Needs run. To be honest. As Agar to Zondo defends very solidly back down the wicket. No run. End of Agar's second over, 49 for 3, South Africa.
25 overs gone, 34 overs remaining in the day. Okay, so Erwie is an interesting one. Who else do we have that can open along with Dean Elgar? Because I don't think Dean will lose his place anytime soon. Because then they'll have to find another captain.
Well, I have a theory around that. But just on other openers, Tony De Zorzi's been in tremendous form. Yes. He's a young man. Must be in the picture, must be close. And then I guess you've got, I mean, if Peter Malan finds a really hot streak of form for the Boland Rocks, as Nathan Lyon starts another over to Temba Bavuma, back of a length, Bavuma just patch it back down the pitch. But my theory about Elgar, and it may sound a bit sinister, but I think there's a chance that I think everyone agrees that Temba Bavuma cannot continue as T20 captain, as Nathan Lyon in again to Bavuma. This is just outside off stump, turning in. Bavuma defends, no run. So that captaincy will surely be taken away from him, and it probably makes sense to perhaps take the one-day captaincy away as well, as Lyon is in again to Bavuma, similar delivery, and Bavuma defends again. But in order to lessen the blow, they might go, right, Temba, we give you the test captaincy, because he is our best test batsman at the moment, and he has shown he's a very good captain, as Lyon in again to Bavuma fuller this time, but Bavuma defends, no run. There have been question marks over Elgar's captaincy in this series, and his batting form has really fallen away badly. So I could see a situation where that happens. Lyon in again to slower and tossed up, and Bavuma just defends, no run.
it's starting to make more sense. Every run that Bavuma scores while Algar is back in the pavilion, that makes more and more sense.
It solves a few tricky questions as Bavuma flicks this one to square leg, no run. Yeah, because let's be honest, stripping Bavuma of the white ball captaincy would cause some uproar in certain circles. Yeah, so it might get Cricket South Africa out of a tricky situation if he becomes Test captain.
Interesting. So then we're looking for two openers. So there's Tony De Zorzi, there's Pieter Malan that you mentioned. Yeah, Zubair Hamza, I guess, could be there, but he needs to prove his form. Not really an opener. No, he's more a middle order, right? Yeah.
Well, number 3,
so
4.
He can,
yeah, 4.
Yeah, 3, 4. So he can maybe come in for Kayalith Zondo. If Zondo is out.
Possibly, as Agar, this is short down the leg side. Nice bit of wicket keeping from Alex Carey. No run.
So hopefully Zondo can score 100 or a double century here, and then he keeps his place. Otherwise, he's also on the drop list.
Well, I think even if he gets 40, he'll be safe. Considering how few South African batsmen have managed to get that many lately, as Zondo defends again, no run. Agar in again to Zondo. Zondo drives nicely, almost on the up. David Warner quickly across in the covers, though, to stop any runs.
All the good shots going straight to fielders.
Happens when your batsmen are struggling, doesn't it? Agar in, this is straighter. And Zondo defends nicely back down the wicket, no run.
Funny how that works, eh?
Yeah. Yeah. Proteas must have offended the batting gods quite grievously as Zondo steps across his stumps and defends us again back down the pitch. No run, end of the 27th over, 49 for 3, South Africa.
No, I think that they just came up against an Australian team that's in a different league, a settled team. Guys know each other, been playing together for a long time. Some players in their team also under a bit of pressure, but they've just been better in every way. And we've got some comments coming through on YouTube. Thank you so much, Sadiq Sumro, saying Maharaj, after 9-4 versus Sri Lanka in 2018, 27 matches, 69 wickets at 40, as Lion carries on. I think I'm a
bit off short leg and a bit short, and Bavuma tries to work it away on the leg side, but he can't beat mid-wicket.
So then he says, does Sadiq, if we exclude Bangladesh series on turning pitches, Lion continues.
This is well flighted, outside off stump, Bavuma defends, no run.
So that gets you to 25 matches, 53 wickets at 48. 2 wickets per match, which means 1 per innings at 48 average. Or is that the strike rate?
Lion in, angling towards leg stump this time, and Bavuma just defends it to short leg, no run.
So just pointing out that Maharaj hasn't had a great run.
Very interesting stats, though, Sadiq. Thank you. As this is on middle stump, and Bavuma stoutly defends back down the wicket, no run. So we've had last 2 overs have been maidens. 4 dot balls in this over. Line in again, bit short. Bavuma rocks back and pulls mightily. It's a wonderful shot. And it goes all the way for 6 for Temba Bavuma.
And Sadiq also asking a very interesting question. When they announced Algar and Temba as captains, I remember they said, "We will groom other leaders." I wonder who are those leaders they groomed. That's
well, I guess
quite a good question.
Kesha Maraj has done a bit and see David Miller as a line in again to Bavuma. This is a better length and spinning into Middle and Bavuma just defends. At 60th, he was onto the length so quickly. It wasn't that short by Nathan Lyon, just a little bit back of a length. And Zondo with those quick feet and quick hands. It really was a wonderful shot. So into the over, 55 for 3.
No, that was Bavuma 6, and he slapped that one over deep mid wicket. Very good looking shot and very nice to see.
Yeah, you don't want to get totally dug into a hole, even though you're batting for survival. You still want to be in a positive mindset, and when the opportunity to score is there, you want to take it. And Bavuma did that really, really well. There's now a deep mid wicket back for Ashton Agar to Kaya Zondo, well flighted, and Zondo just defends back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, and I think as far as grooming leaders go, if you don't have people who can keep their spot in the team.
As Zondo drives nicely, but good diving stop by David Warner in the covers, no run.
That does make it a little bit more difficult to try and find the next captain.
Agar in again to Zondo, short on middle leg, and Zondo pulls us away down to fine leg for a single. Yeah, Otto, I mean, the obvious plan, had everything worked out properly, was that Aiden Markram would be a future South African captain. But unfortunately, in Test cricket, he just hasn't been able to produce the numbers as Agar flights this just outside off sub, and Temba Bavuma left it alone, and it was not turning away. It was straight on with the arm, missed off stump by a few inches.
Yeah, and Agar down on his haunches.
This is shorter from Agar. Bavuma slaps it away to the deep cover sweeper for another single. He'll go to 16, total 57 for 3.
Yeah, so that's exactly the question that Sadiq asked you next, that you just answered.
Yeah.
That was one of the players that was supposedly in the running, was Markram.
Agar well flighted to Zondo, who's on the drive, but finds the man who's at a deepish mid-off. But he hit it firmly enough. There's no run. And that's the end of the 29th over, 57 for 3.
210 runs to go to avoid the follow-on, or 209.
220, I think.
Yeah, sorry, 220. So that's... Yeah.
So 270. So
and 7 wickets.
219 runs.
19, there we go. We'll get there eventually. I've been up since 3:30, so excuse me.
It's a lot. We can just tell
for 3.
It's a lot of runs. It's a long way away.
Yeah, and 7 wickets for Australia to get. Coming up almost onto tea time now. Lion will continue to Bavuma.
Well flighted outside off stump. Bavuma's shouldering arms to a turning delivery. Yeah, the Aussies are appealing for LBW, but I fancy that ball didn't do nearly enough to win that verdict, and the umpire agrees, dismisses the appeal. Yeah. Australia aren't going to refer it.
See the replay here. It did come in a little bit, but probably not enough.
And again, this is flatter, and Bavuma goes back and pushes it on the onside. No run. Bavuma on 16 or 41 balls. Zondo has 4 off 29 or 25 rather. Line in again. Outside off stump, Bavuma pushes it off the back foot into the covers. No run.
Now, he didn't
Line
offer a
still
shot
bowling.
to Temba, and we see that the ball bounced up and caught the glove. Everybody was up in appeal. Nobody went for that catch.
Bit over pitched by Line, and Bavuma drives, but it's off the inside half of the bat, and the bowler field. Yeah, that's very interesting. Marnus Labuschagne seems to have picked it up, and
Yes.
Travis Head was up in appeal when he could have had quite a simple catch. Line in again.
The ball.
Flatter Bavuma rocks back and pulls again, and 6 more for Temba Bavuma.
Yes. Bavuma counter punching. Nice looking 6 again. Beautiful. Making the ball travel through the air in Sydney. The sun has gone away again. There seems to be some cloud around, I think.
As
very
Bavuma
windy
now
as well.
Back to the bowler. Yeah, there's been a stiff wind blowing most of the innings, it seems, which can complicate matters for the bowling side. Can also assist the spinners, of course, if you get them on at the right ends. As today, where the left-arm spinner is going to carry on.
Yeah, so maybe tea break will be after this over. Maybe one more. And that was a beautiful pull shot there from Temba Bavuma, lifting it over the fence. Zondo will face Agar, 63 for 3 after 30 overs. And this partnership now is 26 runs off 11.3.
Best partnership of the innings so far. As Agar is just making a few adjustments to his field. It looks like he's going to have a deep square leg and a short fine leg in place.
He's got a sweeper on the boundary, on the cover boundary.
Well, yeah. Still a slip and a short leg in place. He's switched to over the wicket. He wraps Zondo on the pads, but it pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah, the left arm over the wicket to the right-handed batter. That would have clattered into the stumps, but pitching outside leg.
Agar continues again, pitching outside leg, and again Zondo, this time even less intention of playing it, just pads it away.
No shot offered, doesn't matter if it's outside leg, right? Outside leg is immediately no LBW.
Yeah. Zondo just needs to be careful that he doesn't get bowled around his leg. So he needs to get that leg across a bit. This one he does defend it straighter. Away on the offside, no run. It raises an interesting question because Zondo, with that open stance, his first movement is to move that front leg towards the offside, but he almost needs to be moving it to the leg side first to counter this line from Agar. Again, this full outside leg stump, Zondo flicks it away off his pads to the man at short fine leg. They will get a run. Zondo will go to 5, 64 for 3. And I wonder if Agar will have the same angle of attack to Temba Bavuma, who's on 22. It's just to run down the wicket to have a little chat to Kaya Zondo. Zondo wants to inform him about something. So a short leg and a silly mid-off in play. So Agar is staying over the wicket to Bavuma. This is short, and Bavuma punches off the back foot through the covers, nicely timed. It's not quite going to make the boundary, but they do get through for a very easy 2 runs. So Bavuma will go to 24 and the total 66 for 3.
1 ball to go in the 31st over. And is this going to be called a no ball? Yes.
Yes.
Agar with his right foot over the line. No ball.
67 for 3 then. This is well flighted up. Outside leg stump, Bavuma drives, but straight to mid-on. No run. Mid-on a bit wider, as you would expect, with this angle of attack from Agar. Steve Smith rubbing his hands at slip. Here's Agar again. Shorter. Bavuma punches again off the back foot through the covers again. And this one's going to go all the way for 4. So Temba Bavuma, some really bright, excellent boundary shots he's played in the last few minutes. He goes to 28 not out and 71 for 3 after 31 overs. And that is the tea break. So a nice way to end what has been a pretty torrid session, though, for South Africa, Otto.
Yeah, 3 wickets down for no good reason. And really, Heinrich Klaasen, I think, was the only one that really got a decent delivery. We see a replay of the players handing over signed caps to Glenn McGrath for the McGrath Foundation, the breast cancer assistance charity. And so this is the pink test in Sydney. So do watch out wherever you are. Have a look around, see if you can find your local cancer charity and support them. Everything happening in Sydney obviously goes to the benefit of those in Australia, and a really good cause to get behind. You often forget that it takes quite a toll on the families of cancer patients, and that's what these nurses do. What these pink days are all about in Australia is to get the support that the family needs around the patient who's getting treatment, and that also helps to alleviate stress and just makes life a little bit easier. So find out where your local charities are and get behind them and help them out whichever way you can, all for a good cause here in the Pink Day. We even have our scorecard pink, as you can see. So please go out and support wherever you can. So we're going to take a break. Thank you so much, Ken. I really do appreciate it. And I'm sure the listeners do as well. We'll see who we have on air after tea. Any thoughts from your side?
Yeah, well, at least the second half of that session finished a bit better than the start. Temba Bavuma, once again, just looking the most accomplished of South Africa's batsmen, and Kaya Zondo is hanging in there as well. So let's hold fingers that they can now take it through the stumps. And then at least South Africa will have 17 wickets to play with tomorrow. It looks like they're going to need them.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. Thank you so much. And we'll be back in about 10, 15 minutes.
Thank you.
And that is the end of the tea break. South Africa, the misery continues for South African fans watching this test series in Australia. It's cloudy and cool here in Pretoria, and in Sydney also a bit overcast. No chance of rain for the rest of the day, and we'll see how far they get in this post-tea session. Can South Africa hang on for the draw? I think at this point the more likely outcome is an Australian victory. See some catching competition of some description going on there during the break. Terrible technique there from a man there, but he gets some Aussie dollars there anyway. Must have caught one of those deliveries. Players are not out on the field yet. Still waiting for that to happen. The scorecard so far: Dean Elgar 15 of 34, Sarel Erwee 18 of 55, Heinrich Klaasen 2 of 22. Elgar was caught behind off a short delivery by Josh Hazelwood after being set up very nicely by Josh Hazelwood. Sarel Erwee bowled by Nathan Lyon, leaving a straight one, and Heinrich Klaasen caught behind by Alex Carey of Patrick Cummins. Also off a shortish ball that you could argue he should have left. Themba Bavuma rescuing the innings once again, 28 of 48, and Kaya Zondo sticking it out there with the ODI captain, 5 of 29 balls. So Ken is taking a break. Let's see if somebody else will join me, but you're welcome to also send through your comments and I'll read them out here on the air. There's been a lot of discussion about who should be dropped out of this Protea side. Definitely need some changes before the next series against the West Indies in South Africa. 2 test matches in that series. So the bowling figures for Australia: Josh Hazelwood 1 for 11 of 6 overs, Patrick Cummins 1 for 15 of 8, and then Nathan Lyon 1 for 30 of 12. Ashton Agar, other spinner operating for Australia before tea, bowled 5 overs, conceded 14 runs without a wicket. Australians forming their huddle on the field, and Bavuma and Zondo trying to keep the fight alive for South Africa. See if they can get through to stumps, which will give South Africa 17 wickets to play with. Follow on target of 276. They still have 205 runs to score before they can avoid the follow-on. And I have no doubt that Australia will enforce that follow-on to try and get the win, to get the series whitewash. 3-0. There's no real chance here for South Africa to score a victory in this test match. There's been an entire day's play lost yesterday and a lot of rain delays this morning. Another big rain delay. Lost the entire first session before lunch. And there's some impressions on the wicket. Zondo and Bavuma inspecting the wicket there. And now it will be Zondo to take strike. First up. Alex Carey has got the helmet on and is up to the stumps, so no doubt that Nathan Lyon will continue. No, it's Travis Head. He's bowled an average of 31.67 and taken 6 wickets so far in his Test career. So Travis Head with a slip and a short square leg in place. Bowling right arm over the wicket to Zondo, who drives this one, beats mid off. And the man running around from the cover sweeper position is Nathan Lyon, who gets the ball back, and they'll take 2 runs. No, it's 3 runs there to Kaya Zondo. After tea, he's on 8 of 30, Bavuma on 28 of 48. Score now 74 for 3, 202 runs now to get for South Africa to avoid follow-on. Temba Bavuma will now face Travis Head. Second delivery of the 32nd over. Gets to the pitch of the ball, drives it nicely, and it goes into extra cover for a single. Bavuma onto 29. 75 for 3. Zondo facing Travis Head, another wide delivery. Fuller this time, driven by Zondo, and they'll just get a single out to the point boundary. You see some white marks on the pitch that have formed. It doesn't look like there's any real danger in this wicket. Nothing there to excuse what South Africa have produced so far. Bavuma out to mid-on for no run. Defends this one back to the bowler for another dot ball. 1 ball to go in the 32nd over. There are 27 overs remaining in the day's scheduled play. Bavuma rocks onto the back foot, drives this one to cover, and they'll take his single. End of that over. 77 for 3. South Africa are 399 runs behind now. 398. Behind the 475 for 4 declared scored by Australia. They declared this morning while there was a rain delay and leaving Usman Khawaja on 195 not out. Good for his average, but the captain not giving him a chance to get to that double 100. Going for the win. And Ravi Nair saying, so 2 black guys trying to save South Africa's arse yet again. Indeed, it is Temba Bavuma leading the defense of South Africa's reputation once again, and Lyon continues right arm round the wicket, defended by Temba Bavuma, leg slip, short square leg and a conventional slip in place. Let's see how long can South Africa resist. Lyon in again, defended by Temba off stump, no run there. 53rd over, and Nathan Lyon bowling his 13th over. He's 1 for 30 so far. And he got the wicket of Sarel Erwee, who left a straight one. Dabbed back to the bowler by for no run. Absolute domination by Australia. Not much to cheer for South African fans. Bavuma defends, no run. 4 more sessions to go, and just about 100 overs or so, 120 overs or so left. If there's no rain, delay tomorrow for Australia to get the 17 wickets that they need to win this match. Bavuma defends to Lyon, no run. A very calm and almost innocuous start here by Australia after tea. Bavuma plays this off his leg stump into mid-wicket for no run. Straight to the fielder. Maiden over by Nathan Lyon. And, must have bowled quite a few of them already. That's his fourth maiden. The last 10 overs, South Africa scoring 30 without loss. This partnership now on to 40 runs for 14.3 overs. And Ashton Agar replacing Travis Head. So Travis Head only bowling that 1 over for 6 runs after tea. Cummins trying to sneak one in there, maybe get a wicket off the part-time bowler. Agar just adjusting his field. Square leg slip. There's a shortish extra cover, and another fielder standing just to the left on the offside in a catching position, looking for the drive on the up. Agar left arm round the wicket to Zondo. He defends this one. It squirts off an inside edge down to fine leg. They take an easy single. Agar's bowling his 6th over, 0 for 15. So he's been doing his job. Trying to get breakthrough, blowing into his hand, trying to warm it up. Goes into Temba Bavuma, drives this to mid-off, and they take single. 79 for 3. It's a bit chilly there in Sydney. No rain predicted for the rest of the day. Agar into Zondo, steps back and cuts, misses the ball. Kerry takes it behind the wickets, no run. Tried to attack that shortish delivery with a little bit of room, but Agar getting enough bounce there to go over the bat. Zondo drives this one now straight to that shortish extra cover. So there's 2 extra cover fielders about 3-4 pitch widths away from the batter, waiting for that drive. And Agar short and wide, cut by Zondo down to the sweeper on the cover boundary for no run. Score moves on to 80. 3 wickets down. Australia need 7 more wickets to enforce the follow-on. Target there, 276. Straight to the fielder, driven by Bavuma. End of the 34th over. 3 runs off that one. Zondo on 11 of 35, Bavuma on 31 of 60. This is looking a lot more comfortable for Zondo and Bavuma, trying to keep South Africa in the field and survive. Nathan Lyon will continue. 25 overs remaining in the day. Bowling his 13th over. Zondo with a very open stance, dances down the pitch, gets to the pitch of the ball and defends this to mid-off for no run. Trying to be a bit positive there, Zondo. He now has the third highest score of the innings on fourth highest score of the innings on 11. This one is fuller and defended by Zondo off the front foot, no run. This will suit South Africa just fine. So Australia seem to be just going through the motions a little bit here. Leg slip and a slip in. Zondo defends this one to backward point. Slip runs around to field. There's no run. Lion was the umpire outside leg and swept around to fine leg by Zondo for at least a single. It's just a single there. He moves on to 12 of 39, 31 for 60, top scorer of the innings so far. 81 for 3. Lion into Bavuma, works this off his pad, leg stump line to mid-wicket, no run. And this suits South Africa just fine. They can just keep occupying the crease. Outside leg stump swept by Temba Bavuma down to square leg, just backward of square, and they'll take single. End of the 35th over, 82 for 3 is the score. Bavuma retains the strike. South Africa 393 runs behind, but more importantly, they still need 190 odd runs to get past the follow-on target of 276. See replays of the wickets here. Klaasen was set up quite nicely. Algar as well. With the short deliveries that went through to the keeper for a catch, and then Arvia leaving that straight delivery from Nathan Lyon. Agar will continue with the slip and square leg in place. Left arm round the wicket to Bavuma, defends this one full outside off, and there's no run. Wide outside off stump, left alone by Bavuma. Still those two cover fielders just about 4 pitch widths away from Temba Bavuma. Goes forward to defend this one outside off stump, no run. Agar has taken 10 wickets in 2 matches at this ground. Bavuma just a leisurely drive to those fielders in the covers, straight to them. Lots of hand rubbing here by the Australians. It is a nice cool day in Sydney with the breeze blowing, and again outside off stump, left alone by Bavuma. A little bit of turn there for Agar, pitched on outside off and straightened through to the keeper. Agar to finish his 7th over. Cut by Bavuma, beats backward point, and the cover sweeper on the boundary runs around to field that. They should get 2 at least. They do. And that means Zondo will be on strike to Nathan Lyon in the next over. Will Australia try one of their quicks now to try and get a few more wickets here? 2 more wickets and they're into the tail. So that should then bring Keshav Maharaj to the wicket. And Ravi asks, have you been left alone again? Yeah, Ravi, it is what it is. Thought we would have a few more people available, so we decided to go ahead with this broadcast. But that seems to be just me for now. 36 overs gone, 84 for 3, and it will be Josh Hazelwood to replace Nathan Lyon. He will be bowling to Kayalihle Zondo, who's on 12 off 39. Kaya Zondo needs 3 runs to go past Algar's 15. Very comfortable position here for Pat Cummins. And they'll be very disappointed if they can't get these 17 wickets. It'll be against the run of play in the series so far. 2 slips and a gully. And short square leg quite far away, about a pitch width away. On leg stump, defended by Zondo, no run. So Cummins trying to get Hazelwood to give him a wicket. Nathan Lyon on the boundary, getting some selfies taken, signing autographs. Zondo face Hazelwood once again. Outside off stump, back foot drive, straight to point, no run. Great opportunity here for Zondo to carve himself a place in the side. The dismal performance of the rest of the top and Midlands tour is going to be a few spots that will have to be decided by the selectors. Zondo gets well behind this one on middle and off stump. No run. So the rest of the top order will be watching this and ruining the chance to be out there. Really looks a very placid wicket at the moment. Hazelwood targeting off stump. Zondo gets behind it and there's no run. Out to the offside. 84 for 3. 2 balls to go in the 37th over. One might have kept a little bit low. There's still something in it for the bowlers, but the bounce or the line seems to be true. There's no real deviation through the air yet. Nothing off the wicket. So it was the shorter pitch deliveries that was the attack plan for Australia. And this one goes down the leg side. Zondo tries to flick it, but didn't get any bat on that. No run. A little bit faster there from Hazelwood, 132 k's an hour. Still overcast there in Sydney. The sun was out a bit earlier. Clouds have covered the ground once again. Hazelwood into Zondo, left alone outside off stump. Good leave there by Kaya Zondo. 84 for 3, 37 overs gone. Let us know on the comments here on Facebook and YouTube, where in the world are you listening from? Very placid start from Australia. Very nicely into South Africa's hands at the moment. They just need to stick it out for the draw, and Australia seem to be going along with that plan for now. Nathan Lyon has swapped ends. He's replacing Agar now. Talking to his captain, Pat Cummins. New gloves for Temba. He'll be facing Nathan Lyon with a short square leg in. Slip is in place as well. Slip is quite far back. Nathan Lyon will dart the odd one in. Past the umpire. Oh, and that's a forward defensive shot by Bavuma, beaten outside edge by Nathan Lyon. That one came back in quite sharpish. Temba had that well covered. Lyon in again to Bavuma, who leaves this one that keeps a bit low and turns in from outside the off stump. Temba going to inspect the spot there. Good seam position from Nathan Lyon, and some dust puffing up from the wicket as that one bounced and turned. Getting the ball to move back into the right-hander here, Nathan Lyon. Getting a hold of footmarks outside off stump. Temba covers this one well as he leans forward and defends to the offside. No run. He's getting into the footmarks there outside off stump, left by the bowlers going around the wicket and the left-handed Marco Jansen. That was almost a bat pad there from Temba Bavuma. The ball squirted up and to backward square leg. And that was almost a short square leg in business for Australia. Just evaded Marnus Labuschagne standing there at short square leg. But it goes to fine leg without any damage done, and Bavuma gets this one on to his legs. A full toss that he whips away to deep mid wicket, fielded by mid-on, running around, and they take a single. Bavuma on to 35 of 73. 85 for 3. One ball to go in the 38th over. The difference in score now, 390 runs. So for Zondo, the same field is set. Got a very open stance, reverse sweeps this one, and it goes to backward point for no run, straight to the fielder. Zondo's looking a little bit more positive than Bavuma after tea. Been using his feet a little bit more, bringing out the reverse sweep there to try and get some runs. As Ken mentioned before, T, it doesn't help to just stand around and allow the bowlers to bowl at you. It's a good idea to get some attacking shot in every now and then. And with the performance on this tour, Zondo will do well to get some runs in this situation, or at least occupy the crease with Temba Bavuma for an extended period. Hazelwood will continue. Bowling his 8th over. He's on 1 for 11. Excellent figures. Looks like he's got the wind at his back. And that one beats the outside edge. No, it takes the outside edge of Temba Bavuma. And it's through to the keeper. That is the end of Temba Bavuma for 35. What a delivery there by Josh Hazelwood. getting Bavuma to come forward, playing the forward defensive shot, and just enough movement away the seam, aiming at first slip, the ball coming into Bavuma there, catching the outside edge, and an easy catch for Alex Carey. That's 4 wickets down. South Africa in deep, deep trouble now. It's going to be the final recognized batsman that will come out to the wicket. That'll be Kyle Verreynne, 85 for 4. And 276 is the target to avoid the follow-on. So will we see the South African openers out there in the middle before the end of play today? I think that's a very good chance of us seeing that. So Bavuma scored 35 of 74 balls. He hit 1 4 and 2 6s at a strike rate of 47.29. He was caught by Alex Carey behind the stumps off the bowling of Josh Hazlewood. Australia well in charge. Second wicket down for Hazlewood. He's now bowled 7 overs and 2 for 11. Now that's he's bowling his 8th over at the moment, and he's 2 for 11. So he's going to be going out to, that was the first delivery of his 8th over. So Kyle Verreynne is at the wicket. And he's going to have to stick with Kaya Zondo here to avoid a humiliating defeat for South Africa. Seem to be heading that way once again. Almost an innings defeat at the Gabba. A massive defeat in Melbourne in the Boxing Day test, and now this New Year's test heading the same direction. As Verreynne facing Hazlewood, this one moves in once again off the wicket into the defensive shot of Kyle Verreynne for no run. And Sadiq Sumro, thank you Sadiq for sticking with me. Yes, Proteas, you can do it. Still 120 overs to go. You can get out twice. Keep believing. Dripping with sarcasm there, Sadiq Sumro. Thank you. But unfortunately, that is pretty much on point. South Africa seem to be determined to lose their wickets. Kyle Verreynne defends this one outside off stump, no run. So we know that there's been a lot of rain, a lot of moisture in the air, but it looks like a different world where the Proteas are batting. So angling the seam in to the stumps this time, Josh Hazlewood. And he's getting some swing through the air. So he's just moving the ball just a little bit through the air. That will be nice for Australia. 2 slips in, defended by Verreynne, no run. 2 balls to go in the 39th over. So let's see Kyle Verreynne's figures. 14 matches, 553 runs, highest score of 136 not out, and an average of 29. And it's been the consensus among the fans here on One World Sports Radio and the commentators that Kyle Verreynne and Temba Bavuma will keep their places in the team given their performances on this tour. Hazlewood into Verreynne, defends this one to extra cover, no run. Sadiq Sumro saying Australian bowlers are getting the ball to reverse while SA bowlers struggle to do that. That is true. And not many runs being scored off that ball either. It's only the 39th. It's the 39th over already. But the Australians managing to get the ball to reverse. So even beating South Africa on that front are the Australians at the moment. Hazelwood into Verena. This one is onto the off stump, back of a length, defended to mid-on for no run. 39 overs gone, 85 for 4. Follow on target, 276. Can South Africa get there? Can they make it to 276 runs before they lose these 6 wickets? So we'll get closer to the answer to that question before the end of the day. Stumps is scheduled to be at 6 p.m. local time, and that will be at around about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock in the morning South African time, so it's about an hour and 10 minutes from now. Nathan Lyon will continue to Kaya Zondo. He's there on 12 or 46. Same field as before, ball turning into Zondo. Defends this off his middle stump. Ball pitching outside off and spinning into middle stump. And Zondo defends this out to the onside for no run. One more wicket to get for Australia and they're into the tail. And it's been a fragile tail for South Africa. Another one turning into Zondo. Keeping a little bit low as well. And there's no run there. Lyon bowls a flatter one on a good length and no run as Zondo defends. Zondo with a very open stance, his back foot just about on his off stump. He steps back and slaps this one over the square leg boundary for 6. Good shot there from Kayalihle Zondo. He moves on to 18. He's now the joint second highest scorer in the South African innings along with Sarel Ervia on 18. Short on leg stump and just helped on its way through to the square leg boundary for 6. This one is almost turning Zondo inside out, but they go through for a quick single to point, or to gully, excuse me. Once again, Zondo being a little bit more attacking. Matt Renshaw there on the boundary, jumping up in the air to try and catch that 6, but couldn't, and Zondo moves on to 19, solid in second place now as far as the runs scored in the innings are concerned for South Africa. Kyle Verreynne will face Nathan Lyon for the final delivery, turned off his middle stump to short square leg for no run. 40 overs gone, 92 for 4. South Africa trail by just 383 runs, and they've got 6 wickets left. They need to get to 276 to avoid the follow-on. So we see an analysis here of Josh Hazelwood's excellent seam position, swinging the ball both ways, getting the ball to move through the air. He will continue now, Josh Hazelwood, the 41st over to Kayalihle Zondo. Defends this one back down the wicket. No run. Some nice slow motion shots there of Hazelwood's release when he bowls the in-swinger or the out-swinger. He's hiding the ball in his hands. Zondo drives this one and mid-off cuts that off. They won't take a single. Good looking shot for no run. Great work there by Labuschagne at mid-off, running quickly to his left, cut that off. And it's a no ball by Josh Hazelwood. Ooh, just about on the line. Needed another millimeter to get something behind the line there. Hazelwood with the ball hiding in his left hand. Gets it into the right hand now, and Zondo dabs this down to backward point for a single. Is that a run out? I don't think so. I think that Verreynne's dive saved him there. Agar ruining the chance. Just couldn't get the ball in quick enough. We'll have a look at the replay, no doubt. Agar is ruining the chance there. Direct hit would have seen the end of Carl Verreynne, but the dive saved him there. If Agar had hit the wickets, Verreynne would have been run out. And that's a great bit of fielding there. So that's why Agar was a little bit animated there at the missed opportunity. Could have had Carl Verreynne out for naught there. Verreynne will now face Hazelwood. He's bowling his 9th over, 2 for 13. After that single and the no ball. So Zondo just dabbed that one, and Agar had to run back from point to pick that up. It was angled down to third man as Verreynne faces Hazelwood now. Ball swinging into him and defends this one to the offside for no run. So he did some great work there. Agar running to his left. He is left-handed, so he picked it up and swung it in to the wicket keeper's end, where short square leg ran up to the wickets, took the ball, dislodged the bails, but if Agar had hit the wickets, that would have been the end of Carl Verreynne. That close, he said, indicating the small gap between the ball and the stumps as it went past. Verreynne drives this one very nicely through the covers, and it's going to run away to the boundary for 4. He's off the mark with that shot. And 98 for 4 is the score now. Zondo on 20. And Verreynne off the mark with the boundary. Verreynne on 4 of 8, facing Hazelwood. Short and pulled by Kyle Verreynne. The fielder on the square leg boundary will pick that up, and they'll take a single at least. Are they back for the second? Yes, they did. They did run 2 there, so Verreynne moves on to 6. 100 is up for South Africa in 40.5 overs at a run rate of 2.4 per over. The last 10 overs, 36 for 1. Zondo apologizing there after he called Verreynne through for that single. But Verreynne doing well against Hazelwood. Outside off stump, defended by Kyle Verreynne. No run there, 41 overs gone. And South Africa trail by 375 runs. They need 176 runs now to avoid the follow-on, and they've got 6 wickets left to do that. So let's see how close can they get to that follow-on target before the inevitable 6 wickets fall for South Africa here. Zondo will be facing Nathan Lyon. He's on 20 now off 54 deliveries. At least 18 overs remaining in the day. And they've got the option of an extra half hour if a result is possible. Zondo forward and defending this one. It looks like it is going to go into day 5. The question is, will that be in South Africa's first or their second batting innings? Nice turn there for Nathan Lyon. He's exploiting those footmarks outside the off stump left by mostly by Marco Jansen, I would imagine, and the bowlers coming around to get to the left-hand dominated attack. Defended there by Kaya Zondo, no run. Zondo slaps this one through that deep mid-wicket area once again for 6. Short and pulled by Kaya Zondo. Another 6 runs to the score, and he moves on to 26 or 57. So it was short and just very nicely pulled there by Kaya Zondo into the stands. 6, and a mullet of note there, crowd. That is an astonishing hairstyle. Lyon into Zondo. Drives this one into the covers. They should be able to get back for 2. I think they just took the single there. It's 107 now for 4. 27 runs to Kaya Zondo. Magnificent mullet there in the crowd. And he's got sleeve tattoos on the arm as well, the man there in the crowd. Wow. So Verreynne facing Lyon. He's on 6 off 10 and defends this one outside his off stump for no run. Kaya Zondo's got a very wide stance with his back foot on middle and off, and his front foot almost on his leg stump, and then he moves across to his off stump when he's facing Nathan Lyon. Verreynne with a much more orthodox stance on middle stump. Defends this one to the offside, no run. 42 overs gone. 107 for 4. And so if these two can stay at the wicket until stumps, they'll get one step closer to, well, Zondo will get one step closer to keeping his place in the side. Verreynne has been good on this tour so far. So there's an opportunity here for Zondo. And Hunain Dahar saying these runs from Zondo will hurt South Africa in the long run. So that's his opinion, that Kaya Zondo shouldn't keep his place, even though he's doing well so far. Hazelwood goes to Zondo now, who's on 27, and a good looking forward defensive shot there by Kaya Zondo, 27 now, or 59. Ball moving into the right-hander, catching the inside edge, but no damage done. South Africa trail by 368 runs. Hazelwood into Zondo, the ball swinging late. It's quite full outside off stump. No run. Very difficult bowler to face at the moment is Josh Hazelwood. He's hiding the ball in his left hand as he's running up. He's got the ball moving through the air. Short and pulled around the corner by Kaya Zondo down to a fine leg, vacant fine leg, very fine. 4 runs to Kaya Zondo. 111 up for South Africa. Kaya Zondo is on 31, moving up to Themba Bavuma's score. That was not a convincing shot. It took some glove and got enough on it to get past the keeper there, did Kaya Zondo. Hunain Dahar continues here, talking about Kaya Zondo. We'll get to that after this ball. Zondo solidly in behind that one. No run on off stump. Second slip now in place, the only slip, and gully. Hunain Dahar. Technically, Zondo isn't international level and never been big hundreds kind of person, even at domestic level. Already 33. Don't know what they're trying to do. Now, so Ken had a look at his figures before tea. He did well in the past few seasons at domestic level and earned himself a place in the side with Hamza's suspension, as Hazelwood is into Kaya Zondo, left alone outside off stump, swinging through the air. It's no run. That was the ball that swings away from the right-hander. So trying to get Zondo to drive at that one and catch the outside edge, but Zondo left that well alone. And Australia really making the most of what is on offer. Managing to get the ball to move through the air is Hazelwood. So Pat Cummins will rely on him for the next overs, or for the next few overs. That one swinging into Zondo, and he defends this one. There's no run. 43 overs gone. 111 for 4. South Africa now trail by 364 runs, and they need 165 to avoid the follow-on. Minimum of, scheduled 16 overs left in the day. So now South Africa will be hoping that that light meter comes out again. The cloud cover is quite high. Looks nice and bright there. It's not sunny at all, but we'll see. There's been some strange bad light decisions in this test match so far. Verreynne facing Lion, and Lion gets this one full on leg stump. Squeezed out by Kyle Verreynne to the onside. No run. Getting some exercise now with my feet off the air, in the air. Verreynne steps back and back foot drives this one down to backward point. They take a single. 112 for 4. Verreynne on 7. Lion is bowling his. Let's see. He's bowling his 18th over. He's got 1 wicket for 48 runs with 4 maidens. So he's a little bit on the expensive side compared to the other bowlers. The runs don't matter here for Australia at all. They need those 6 wickets. 16 wickets to go for Australia to win this test match. That is a dot ball by a Lion, as Zondo defends this one for no run. Lion in again and defended by Zondo, no run. Two balls to go in the 44th over. Nathan Lyon has been getting some turn. Looks a little bit more dangerous than he did straight after tee. Leg slip now in place. Zondo having a look around at the field, see where his options are. Drives this one to extra cover, straight to the fielder, no run, and wind is blowing behind Nathan Lyon's back, so Hazelwood is bowling into the wind, which is also helping with the swing, it seems. Full and outside off stump defended into the covers for no run by Kaya Zondo. He's on 31 of 68. Verreynne on 7 of 14. Sad viewing continues for South African fans as they show replays of the wickets. And good ball that got rid of Themba Bavuma. He was forced to play at that one. Pat Cummins into the attack. He's seen the swing and he wants a piece of it. He's replacing Josh Hazelwood. Start of the 45th over. Cummins' 9th over. He's 1 for 15 so far. He's bowled 3 maidens. And it's got a second slip and a gully in place. Verreynne facing Cummins. And he defends this one on the off stump. No run there. Take a look if Cummins can get some swing. So Cummins back to his mark. And he runs up and bowls now to Kyle Verreynne. He's also hiding the ball in his left hand. And defended by Kyle Verreynne to mid-on for no run. So still trying to see if there is some swing on offer here for Pat Cummins. Bowling into the wind. The ball hidden well away from the batsman's eyes. This one moves into the right-handed Verreynne. Defends this one. No run there. 14.3 overs remaining in the day for South Africa to survive. So he's hiding the ball in his left hand up to the last minute. Even as he gets his grip in place, Pat Cummins has his left hand covering the ball so that the batsman cannot see which side he's going to try and swing the ball. Trying to deceive Kyle Verreynne here. This one on middle leg. Defended. No run there. South Africa really making it look impossible to bat on this wicket. The Australians are all over South Africa. Absolutely obliterating the top order once again, and now some resistance from the lower middle order. Through to the keeper, no run there. One ball to go in the 45th over. Now that is the swing that Cummins is getting. He is moving the ball through the air as well, just a little bit. Swinging away from Carl Verheyen that time. Is he going to bring this one in? He does so and covers well, does Carl Verheyen. Defends that off his middle and leg stump, back down the pitch, no run. 112 for 4. Let's see now. It's been 2 quiet overs. For South Africa, and that is a drinks break. So I'll also take a small break, and we'll be back as soon as the cricket resumes. Play resumes, and Zondo sends a full delivery from Nathan Lyon through to the deep extra cover boundary for 4. 116 for 4 is the score. Zondo now on 35, joint highest scorer. He slaps this one short, straight to the backward square leg fielder. Square leg fielder on the boundary running around to clean that up, and they take a single. Zondo now top scoring with 36 of 70 balls, and almost took out Marnus Labuschagne and the square leg umpire. So there's a leg slip, and a backward point or cover fielder around there for Carl Verheyen. Lyon into Verheyen, steps back into his crease and slaps this one through extra cover. They're coming back for the second, and Pat Cummins will pick this one up 10 meters from the boundary rope. They should get 3 here. They do indeed. Zondo, no, Verreynne only took 2 there, so coming back for the second only. No, I was right. Scoreboard updates, and it's 3 runs off that delivery. 120 for 4. 355 runs behind Australia's mammoth 475. Zondo now spins this one almost back for a return catch to Lion. I think that was a bump ball, though. Zondo facing Lion short and slapped through to square leg. Fielded diving forward to catch that, but there's ball just dropped short of Matt Renshaw, and Zondo escapes. They take a single. Oh, was that a drop catch by Renshaw? I think it was. He did get there in the end, but the ball just dropped out of his hands, and almost another extraordinary catch here as Verreynne steps back into his crease and slapped this one over mid-wicket. Ashton Agar there jumping in the air, getting a hand to that, and it goes down. So it's a difficult chance there. We see a replay of Zondo's catch out to Matt Renshaw, diving forward. No, the ball bounced short and then out of his hands, so it wasn't a drop catch there. And then Verreynne slapping that one to mid-wicket and just above the fingertips of Ashton Agar, diving to his left, jumping up in the air to try and catch that, but he couldn't. And it's South Africa trying to counter-attack here and giving Australia some half chances. Very difficult chance there. And Cummins into Zondo on that off-stump line, swinging in the reverse, working for Australia. And there's no run there. Okay, and 121 for 4. It's the score now. Zondo on 37-73. And Mpendulo is going to join me shortly, so I'm very thankful for that. Cummins into Zondo short and outside leg stump. Did Zondo get something on that? It dropped short of Alex Carey diving to his left. And we have Mpendulo online and in the studio. And it's a no ball by Pat Cummins.
Morning, Otto. I was 100% in the wrong studio.
Oh, no.
I'm calling. I'm like, hey, man, please let me in.
What the hell? Yes.
But you're all good,
I couldn't answer my phone, obviously. Oh, what a delivery by Pat Cummins there. Rising delivery off the back of a length outside off stump, and Zondo managing to evade the edge, dropping his hands at the last minute to let that one go through to Alex Carey, but that almost caught the shoulder of the bat. Excellent bowling here from Pat Cummins, just short of a length and rising past the batsman, causing hearts to jump into mouths.
And the problem now is that Pat Cummins has that reverse swing working, Otto, and the ball is reacting with what he's doing. So it's a super challenge for Kaya Zondo and Kyle Verreynne too.
That's one defended by Zondo into the offside. No run. And we see the just the lines that not sure what that analysis was for, but just showing how Cummins is moving the ball and keeping it on that off-stump line, forcing the batters to play. into Zondo, full delivery and a thickish outside edge as Zondo defends this one. It goes into the gully region down to third man for 2. 1-2-4 for 4. Zondo onto 39.
And I was just thinking about how well Australia have played the conditions of this match from start to beginning. When the match was all right for batting, they batted the life out of the South African bowlers. And now everything has turned. We're not even into 50 overs and the ball is already reversing, and they're using that well too.
Short and attempted hook shot there by Kaya Zondo. It goes through to the keeper for no run. And Ken made a very good observation before tea when the ball wasn't swinging. The Australians were bowling some shorter pitch deliveries to try and get the wickets, and it worked. And now that the ball is swinging, they can pitch it up, and it's dangerous for the batters to go after the balls that are on a good length because of the swing. So they really making the most of every opportunity. In this time, Pat Cummins puts it on that good length outside off stump and defended by Zondo for no run. End of the 47th over, 124 for 4.
And I'm not gonna lie, you even pointing that out about what Ken said gives me a little bit of goosebumps, because it shows the level that these players need to be operating at in order to get those wickets and in order to score those runs. And the captaincy from the Australians, the planning and the execution from the bowlers really needs to be sat down. Even if you are South African and just admire, everyone is taking wickets, everyone is being dangerous.
Yep. If the Australians have been good in every single department, and we're seeing some call to action there at the SCG for the Pink Day. So make sure that you get in touch with your local charities and support them. Verreynne facing Lion drives this one to point, no run, straight to the fielder. Looping ball with some air given there, and they've now got a what looks like a leg gully or a shortish fine leg, and Verreynne lets this one go through to the keeper. It turns out of the footholds into the hands of Alex Carey, missing the wickets very narrowly. Verreynne was outside his off stump covering that delivery, but you'll say that's a good lead from Verreynne. Fuller this time, defended, back down to the bowler, no run. And Carl needs to be careful here. We saw during the drinks break that Nathan Lyon stood in the batter's crease looking at the wicket, trying to see where he can pitch the ball to try and get some more movement out of the pitches. Verreynne reverse sweeps this one to the point boundary, and it's 4 runs to Kyle. He moves on to 14 of 26, 128 for 4.
That's what you must do here, Otto. The field is closing in. It's like suffocating the batters around the pitch. And you must just be adventurous. Take it onto the batters. Like you said, he was looking at what's happening. Don't allow him to bowl there all the time. Take it to him, and that's a lovely shot to pierce the gap for 4.
Now, this one is defended from his off stump to short square leg, no run. It doesn't serve you well to just stand there, and if you occupy the crease, you've also got to attack from time to time. Full and wide outside off stump and driven very nicely through the covers by Verreynne. Cummins slides in to stop the 3rd run, and that's the end of Lions' 20th over. He's gone for 63, taken the 1 wicket for Sarel Erwee in the most embarrassing way. 130 for 4. South Africa trail by 345 runs, but more importantly, they need 140 56 runs to avoid the follow-on. They've got 6 wickets in hand. Australia needs 16 wickets to win the test match. And now, Marnus Labuschagne will try and bowl some off-spin. From the other end, will replace Pat Cummins. So short spells here by employing his faster bowlers himself and Josh Hay. No, Marnus Labuschagne is not going to replace Pat Cummins. He was just standing there and twirling the ball a little bit.
Man, he looked like he was coming for it, though. I do not blame you. He was just standing like, yeah, I'm ripping this thing.
Yeah. We see that he's using some armpit sweat on the ball as well. It was Marnus Labuschagne before he passed the ball to his captain, who's bowling his 11th over now, 1 for 18. And he goes to Kaya Zondo, who's on 39, hiding the ball. And this one swings in to the middle stump of Kaya Zondo. No run.
My stream is a touch behind, if not a touch, very behind.
No worries. 130 for 4 in the 49th over.
But still, the lines that Pat Cummins is operating in are top-notch. Just outside the off-stump, coming back in, moving the ball both ways. Just dangerous stuff.
This time it's short of a length on leg stump and defended by Zondo. No run. So they're showing some slow-mo replays of Marnus Labuschagne rubbing the ball into his armpit. And they've managed to extract that reverse swing from the ball with the Australians.
An interesting choice of balls, considering the fact that the man who was under the helmet is no longer there. Would have thought he bowled it. The man is there, just creating a threat to make it tougher for Zondo to try and do something with that ball.
That is exactly what they're doing now. Putting the man back under the lid. Leg slip as well. Cummins around the wicket now to Kaya Zondo. Short and pitching outside leg. Zondo ducks nicely underneath this one, and there's no run. So the plans by the Australians are very clear here. They've got several options that they're exploring all the time, in stark contrast to toothless attack that we saw from South Africa at times.
It's like everything that the Australians are doing, they are so active in the game. They're not being reactive to what South Africa is doing. They are creating.
Oh, full and straight. And given LBW, Kaya Zondo couldn't keep that Yorker out. And he is dismissed by Pat Cummins. He's going to review this. He must have hit that because it struck him right in front of his middle and leg stump and bouncing just in front of his toes there, if not onto his toes. So hopefully Zondo got some bat onto that one. Given out by the umpire, reviewed by South Africa. This is their first review of the innings. First time they've reviewed anything.
Might as well go for it, but the double bluff from the Australians, that was brilliant. Everyone is thinking it's going to be short, and then boom.
Yep. And they struck Kaya Zondo on the back foot. A bit of the front pad there, but I don't think he's got bat on that. It might be a little whisker as the bat comes down to try and keep that Yorker out. But it bounced right on the crease line there and struck him on the back foot right in front of his middle stump. So there's no danger of the ball bouncing outside leg. The hotspot camera doesn't pick up anything off Zondo's bat there. Snicko is a bit deceiving. Once again, the short square leg is in front of the camera, so we cannot see where the ball is as it passes the bat in that extra dimension. Front on, it looks like it snuck past the edge. So we go for ball tracker. And that's going into middle stump, middle and leg. Just to the leg side of middle stump. And that will be the end of Kaya Zondo for 39. finger in the air by the umpire there. So that is Kaya Zondo. Bold LBW by Pat Cummins with the double bluff. What a setup. What an execution there by the Australians. The leg slip, the leg gully in place, the short square leg coming in, the short balls coming through. Pat Cummins going around the wicket and then firing the Yorker in and getting Kaya Zondo for 39 off 83. He hit 2 4s and 2 6s at a strike rate of 46.9, and Australia are into the tail. They've got 5 wickets. They need 15 more. 130 for 5, so there's 146 to get for South Africa to avoid the follow-on. There's 10.2 scheduled overs remaining in the day. And Cummins with a sly grin on his face. He knew that plan was set and the trap has sprung and got Zondo.
Do you know what's an interesting thing that ball tracking just showed us there? The ball reversed in the air. Due to the fact that the ball was so full, the ball swung back into Kaya Zondo as it was flying through the air, and then it beat his inside edge to hit that stump. So because of that reverse swing, everything for Cummins just worked seamlessly without any movement of the ball. Kaya Zondo perfectly defends that, but because of that movement, it just slides through and gets its way to the pads. That is just top class stuff, man. There's no other way I can put it.
Excellent bowling here. Marco Jansen in at 7. Kaya Zondo was remonstrating there a little bit. I think he thought he had some bat on that. But camera obscured by a square leg. Apparently there's no camera watching the game from the point region. So we were unable to conclusively say that he got some bat on that. Jansen now right-handed batsman, and he wears this short ball on his shoulder. And there's no run.
Pat Cummins
continuing
is
with that
on
plan.
fire. He is on fire. His rhythm, his flowing, everything is just looking beautiful.
Yeah, let's see, where did this hit Marco Jansen? Yeah, right on the nipple and the upper arm as he ducked into that, just leant into that short ball. Leg slip in, second slip, gully, short square leg, Cummins round the wicket, full and on middle stump, and another appeal for LBW. This time the umpire says no. Springing that same trap is Pat Cummins. Are they going to review this? 8 seconds to go. 5 seconds to go. And Cummins is reluctant. Captain bowling. Doesn't want to waste the reviews. How did that not get me the wicket? So let's see the replay here. Did Jansen get something on that? Why was this given not out? Must have had a slight inside edge on that. The umpire must have heard something, because that struck him on the back leg. Copy and paste. Exact replica of Zondo's wicket. But it's pitching outside leg this time. That's what saved Jansen there. Not quite full enough from Pat Cummins.
But his margins are so close.
Yes, guy. These guys are so good, irresistible, inevitable.
I feel like I'm in
Australia marching on to victory. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
I feel like I'm in bowler's paradise watching these guys.
Yes. Yes, where's the wicket that Khawaja was batting on? Lion into Baraina, and he defends this one to the offside, no run. What happened to that flat batting track that Travis Head and Usman Khawaja were murdering us on?
Just destroying everything. All that rain, the Australian gods.
Kyle Verreynne steps back and slaps this one through point. The fielders will cut this off as it rolls to the point boundary, just backward off point, and they take 2. 132 for 5. So the Australians taking 2 wickets after tea, taking the first 3 before lunch. And Lyon continues to Verreynne, who defends this one off the back foot. Gets a bit of an outside edge, but it's down onto the ground and through to the slip for no run.
Everyone is
Nathan
Lyon. Oh. Yes,
he just dabbed that one down into the ground, and he bats this one out to mid-wicket as well for no run. So Kyle Verreynne played that ball into the ground, and it just kept on rolling past him. But luckily, it went to first slip and not onto his stumps. And in again to Verreynne Fuller, this time defended to mid-on for no run. Verreynne is on 18, joint third highest score now for South Africa is 18. And Lyon to Verreynne defends this inside his crease, on off stump, no run. End of that over. That is the 50th over. And South Africa 132 for 5. Sure, it's completely different conditions. And a brilliant spell, a brilliant over there from Pat Cummins. Everything working together for the Australian captain. And see a comparison here between the wicket delivery of Kaya Zondo and the one that almost, that should have bowled Marco Jansen, that just pitched outside leg. Cummins will continue, of course. Bowling is 12th over, 2 for 18. And 9 overs remain in the day, scheduled play.
If it
Cummins hiding the ball from Marco Jansen down the leg side on a good length, no run. Yes.
I was just saying that if it's not broken, no need to fix it.
Big smile on his face, Pat Cummins. Everything is going swimmingly. Zondo almost immediately. No, he did hesitate a bit before referring that, and he was a little bit upset. Looked a little bit upset. Another short one on leg stump and into the ribs of Marco Jansen, who just wears it and walks off to point.
Let me go fix my network. I'll be right back, Otto.
No problem. Another one on the chest there, into the ribs, literally, of Marco Jansen. So that's very good tactics here from Australia, and playing things out exactly as they want them to. Now there's some more attacking fielders coming in. There's going to be a silly point or a silly mid-off. There's a second slip and a gully. There's a leg slip and a short square leg in. Crowding around Marco Jansen, waiting for the bat pad, waiting for any chance, and setting him up for that Yorker once again. Jansen facing Cummins, short on leg stump and defended to fine leg or a single. Jansen very, very happy just to get to the other end. Jagannath Adeshesha on YouTube says, what's the excuse now for Temba and Zondo? It's done for both of them. Temba can't score in international cricket. And when will CSA understand? Yeah, I think Zondo is on his way out. He will be replaced by Hamza, I think. And Bavuma has done well on this tour compared to everyone else. The bar is very low, but he did score some decent runs on this tour, I think. Cummins into Verreynne, who defends this one on middle stump to mid-off, no run. 2 balls to go in this over, 133 for 5, the 51st over. Cummins is bowling that ball and swinging it back in as it looks to go across the right-hander. It swings in and it's a very difficult one to play. So he's got many options of taking a wicket here. This one is short on leg stump, and it loops up through the air off the body of Kyle Verreynne. I don't think he got bat on that. Might have been a little bit of glove, but just fending the ball off his body there. And the point fielder, it was off the bat. Point fielder running forward and towards gully. That would have been a very fine catch if he managed to get to that. Kyle Verreynne not knowing too much about that delivery. Always looks a little bit shocked as Kyle Verreynne, but that's his normal expression. He's facing Pat Cummins once again round the wicket. On leg stump, defended to square leg. And no run. So, very hard work here for South Africa to try and survive. 8 overs of scheduled play remain in the day. We're coming up to the hour mark now, 6 o'clock local time. Will be 14 minutes there in Sydney. So if South Africa can survive, they will force a day 5 in this test match. Australia need 15 wickets to win. South Africa need 143 to avoid the follow-on. Jagannath Adishesha saying, if Temba was playing for any other country, he would have left even the first-class system. Sure, that's harsh. Not too sure about if I agree with that completely. And yeah, it's just an indictment of the top order. If Temba Bavuma, with the scores that he's managed to achieve in this series, is the best batsman that we've had on this tour. So yeah, like I said, the bar is quite low. And that first delivery was just played by Jansen into the covers for no run. Leg slip and slip in, short square leg, defended by Jansen on the off stump, no run. So let us know, do you agree with Jagannath there? Should Temba go? Jansen facing line, forward, defensive, into the onside, no run. So there's a batting, there's a lot of batting spots open in the South African team. We've talked about Ryan Rickleton being left back home in South Africa. Jansen covers up his stumps and just pads this one away. No shot offered. Appeal by the Australians. They've got to go up for this, I think. Would that have hit the stumps? That's the question. It doesn't matter where it struck Jansen, whether it was in line or not. He just jumped forward and padded that one away. Maybe I think the bounce will save him here, because that looked like it was going to go on and hit the stumps from where I'm sitting. What is that, 14,000 kilometers away, watching on a screen. And the ball doesn't look like it turned enough. Marco Jansen just jumped in front of that ball. Didn't offer a shot, so it doesn't matter if it struck him outside the line. And it would have just shaved the off stump. Umpire's call. Australia don't lose their review. But a very, very risky tactic there from Marco Jansen, not valuing his wicket at all. He's on 1 off 8, 3 balls to go in this 52nd over. That was super close there from Marco Jansen there. Good review by the Australians. Good decision to review. Lyon into Janssen once again, outside off stump and left alone by Janssen. No run there. 133 for 5 is the score. South Africa trail by 342. They need 276 runs to avoid the follow-on. There's 7.1 overs left in the day's scheduled play. 10 minutes to go to 6 o'clock local time in Sydney. Janssen covers this one on off stump. And Jagannath Adeshesha piling on to the Proteas. For me, even Zimbabwe can beat this current Proteas team, he says. Yes, that seems to be where South Africa find themselves at the moment. Not impressed at all. There's Jagannath, and neither am I must say. It's been fun to call the game and to talk about it, but watching this as a South African fan is murder. It's absolute horror. But well done to Australia. They've just outplayed South Africa in every single way possible. Everything they've done has worked. Their batters have given them a mammoth score in this test match. And Marnus Labuschagne and Marco Jansen having a laugh there. Cummins into Calverine, who pulls this one through square leg. There will be a fielder that picks this up, and that will expose Marco Jansen to Pat Cummins' guile and sneaky plans. Very well done by the captain of Australia so far. He's bowling his 13th over. He's got 2 for 20. 134 for 5. 134, 5. See the over there from Nathan Lyon going for the stumps. Not worrying about the ball being slapped away to the leg side because there's a lot of protection there for him, and he's going for the stumps there. Second slip, leg slip, Pat Cummins into Marco Jansen, short on middle stump, defended back down the wicket for no run. So Pat Cummins coming over the wicket this time to Marco Jansen, and see a replay of the short balls that have peppered Marco Jansen with amazing accuracy, all in the same spot there. 2 of them hitting him around the chest area into his ribs, and 1 fended off. But Pat Cummins now over the wicket to Jansen, full on outside off stump, driven nicely by Marco Jansen past the diving Cummins to long off. They'll come back for 2. The ball is slowly rolling now, and they come back for 3 as Labuschagne picks that up, running all the way from mid-off to long-off. And Pat Cummins almost getting a catch there as Marco Jansen drove that through the air, and just far enough away from Cummins to keep his wicket intact. Cummins almost getting the catch. Just wide enough of Pat Cummins diving through in his follow-through. Cummins into Verreynne now, and this one is edged and straight to second slip. Another awesome delivery by Pat Cummins, takes the wicket of Kyle Verreynne, and Verreynne falls for 19 of 39 deliveries with 6.2 overs to go in the day. Mpendulo is back and takes a wicket.
Otto, I'm so sad.
Straight to second slip, and the Australians march on towards victory. They've got 6 wickets. They need another 14. 19 of 39 for Kyle Verreynne, and he scored those in 39 balls. 2 4s, no 6s, 48.7. The plans just keep working for Australia as Pat Cummins moves that one away enough to get the outside edge, and just forces the shot there Verreynne had no choice. He had to play at that one. Enough movement. And there was some deviation off the wicket this time. So they're getting the wickets here. Hunain Dahar with some stats coming through for us on YouTube. Thanks for that, Hunain. Let's see here. Zondo, 2019. 8 matches, 460 runs, average of 32 and 100. In 2020, he played 5 matches, 368 runs, 100. 2021, 7 matches, 345 runs at an average of 38, 200s, and 1,173 runs overall in that period at an average of 39 with 200s in 3 seasons. If you exclude the 200 not out, then 973 runs at an average of 34. So that's what earned Zondo his spot in the team. Thanks for that, Hunain. Great stuff there. Nice stats. Love it. A stats gazer, as they say. Simon Harmer with 2 slips in, facing Pat Cummins now, and this one is left alone, swinging into the right-hander, leaves it alone, and it goes through to the keeper for no run. 137 for 6. 1 delivery to go in Cummins' 13th over. And what a delivery to take the wicket there of Kyle Verreynne. If it's not swinging through the air, it's moving off the wicket. We saw some divots in the wicket. They were looking at that. The camera showed some white marks on the pitch. So there is something there. And Pat Cummins is finding it as he goes now to Harmer, who just defends this one around the corner, past the diving leg slip down to fine leg. And they should be able to take 2. They take only 1. Harmer will retain the strike. 6 overs remaining in the scheduled day's play. 3 minutes to go to 6 o'clock local time. 138 for 6. Will they take that extra half hour? Let's see.
Pat Cummins is surely enjoying himself out there. I mean, every single line, every single angle, every single length is covered with a wicket-taking option. You might say, why is he drifting down the legs? And then you see leg slip flying through the air. You might say, why is he bowling out so wide? And Point is just there saying, hello, bring it to me. You're thinking, where is first slip? Why is he on second slip? And then it goes straight to second slip. It's I don't know, it's wizardry.
Yes, indeed. So Pat Cummins now with figures of 13 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 24, economy of 1.84. He's bowled 66 dots. This spell, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 9 runs, 2 wickets. That is awesome. That is amazing. So now, Nathan Lyon, slip, leg slip, silly mid off, and a short square leg, all around the bat of Simon Harmer, who tells Lyon to stop in his run-up, complaining about the side screen.
To bowl 6
and Hunain Dahar following up his stats message. We'll get to that after this over. Harmer comes forward and defends to silly mid-off, no run. 138 for 6. There's no rain. There's no light meter to save South Africa at the moment.
Where did that light meter go to?
I don't know. They must have fixed it. Harmer defends this one off middle stump. Back down the pitch. No run. They must have cleaned that sensor. In comes Lyon. Back into his crease goes Simon Harmer, covering his off stump nicely. No run. I wonder, what has Harmer been doing with the bat recently? He's into the side now as the second spinning option. And Lyon onto the off stump again. Back into his crease goes Simon Harmer. If he misses any of these balls, he's gone. Batting up in front of his stumps and swatting it away. You miss, I hit, says Lyon. Harmer forward this time, defended. No run. Lots of chatter there from the Australians around the batter.
Exactly what I was gonna go to. 4 people around that bat is putting so much pressure on Harmer.
Oh, there's the light meter. The square leg umpire's got it in his hand. Lion into Harmer, and this one is just defended to short square leg. End of that over, and Hunain Dahar says, now tell me how Zonda makes the team ahead of others, never been top 10 run scorer in the last 3 seasons, not young, while the likes of Joshua, Rosharda, Marquez, Ackerman continue to play domestic. Not sure exactly who he's referring to there, but
Joshua Richards
yes,
and Mark Ackerman.
Okay, yeah. And Marcus Ackerman continue to play domestic. Look, it's tough. I don't follow. I can't really comment on this stuff. I must admit. I don't follow the domestic game in South Africa as closely as some of our other commentators do. So maybe if you've got a rebuttal there to Hunain Dahar to explain why Zondo's in the side, Cummins will continue to Marco Jansen full outside off, driven very nicely by Marco Jansen, 4 runs. Surely as the ball slows down but gets to the boundary. 140 for 6, 141 for 6, excuse me. Good looking shot there. Jansen does look good when he's got the bat in hand. What do you have to say to Hunain there?
It's a tough one because once he brings up those stats, they paint a very bleak picture. But also, at the same time, you need to count role for role. He's a middle order batsman, can't say Joshua Richards, who comes into the system at that number 4, number 5 role, who hasn't been tried before, who's going to take Kaya Zondo, who's been in the system for a while, and who scored 200 whilst being in the system.
All right, so average of 34, good enough to get you a spot in the South African team at the moment. That's the message that we're sending to the batters.
Because also you can't take away, you can't say, I see, you scored a very big score, so let me take that away. Because maybe that big score was the catalyst to bring that selection. They were waiting for that, maybe. So it's a bit unfair to remove certain stats and leave others. So take 39 and take 200.
No, that's decent. That's not too bad. 2 dot balls by Cummins down the leg side, this last one, and no run there.
So in that same light, you can say that if you're looking at openers, why not take Tony Dazorzi, who's been showing brilliance? That 300, his performance in the CSA one-day final was also magnificent, scoring that 88 runs, I think. So you see, when you bring in, take this one, bring this guy, then we have a flowing conversation.
Let's see now. Cummins to Jansen, defends this one into the offside, no run. Yeah, like I said, it's difficult for me to comment there. We'll have to go and check, who are the other middle order batters that score runs, and that brings us back to what we've already said in the series, the fact that we only play 7 4-day matches a season in South Africa, which shocked me, but it explains a lot. If you look at the test side and where we are now, how would you know? We know there's a gap between first class and test level, and it's even bigger if you only play 7 games a year. This one is another Yorker fired into the feet of Marco Jansen, who gets rid of it this time to mid-on for no run, 142 for 6.
If you're looking for really good insights as well, Hunain, you can visit Werner Erasmus. He follows up on SA Young Talent. He's probably one of the most knowledgeable people about who should come into the side and how the side should work. So I think if you go at Verries, WERRIES, you will find him on Twitter, and SA Young Talent on YouTube. He's a very good content creator.
And Jansen works this one to deep mid wicket for a single to end the over. He will retain the strike, 143 for 6. And watch out for the Full Quota podcast that will definitely analyze the series and also talk about the upcoming changes that need to be made to the side. There's no doubt that will be up for discussion. They do that podcast live on this YouTube channel, on One World Sports Radio. So make sure you follow our YouTube channel and switch on your notifications so that you can see when they go live and you can chat with them while they rip apart this performance by South Africa. No doubt they'll have some strong words there. So yeah, those are the guys, Tim and Mpo, that will be doing that as well. And yes, Werner also part of our commentary team from time to time. Lion will continue now to Marco Jansen. It looks like they are going to play the extra half hour with all the time lost. He defends this one to the offside, no run. And if you want to join our commentary team, you can send an email to admin@onewsport.com. And it's forward defensive by Jansen, no run. Thanks, Pendulo, for that comment there, for the directions there, where to get hold of Werner Erasmus. Very knowledgeable guy. As Lion, right arm over the wicket to Jansen. Short on leg stump, but just dabbed away. So now they've got a short backward square leg, or a leg slip, and a short square leg and a slip in for Jansen, who defends this one. No run.
Surprising that they took the man under the wicket, but I guess after hitting that 4, he just said, "Hey man, watch me. I'm here not to play around."
Hazelwood warming up, sending a message to his captain, or maybe he got the message from his captain. Driven straight back to Lion, bump ball. Lion mocking a appeal for a catch there. 3.1 overs remaining today. So it looks like we're going to get those in. Jansen, oh, he just dabbed that down. He just was in two minds whether to play at that or not. Took his bat away and got some bat onto it, down into the ground, through to the keeper for no run. Oh, just as he ripped his bat out of the way, it took a bottom edge, almost cannoning onto the stumps. Sadiq Sumro says, while you talk about Zondo, Dean Algar has 1,373 runs in 24 matches at an average of 35, with 100 after the 2019 Tour of India 4 years ago. So yes, Dean Algar also well out of form, and nothing spectacular in the South African batting stocks at the moment. Hazelwood will replace Cummins. He's going to bowl his 11th over. He's got 2 for 23 and 10.
And you'd be hoping that from Cummins, you'd be hoping you'd be getting a break from Cummins, and in comes Hazelwood, and you're like, oh my God.
In comes Hazelwood. Another surgical, precise striking bowler for Australia. Looks like a second and third slip for Harmer and Gully. He gets this one on leg stump, defends it straight to short square leg, no run. So apologies for the background noise. My neighbor is out in the garden with his blower, with his leaf blower. So I hope you can't hear him here in the background.
It is a beautiful Saturday morning after all. It's a beautiful summer's Saturday morning.
Indeed it is. So Harmer on 1 off 9 facing Josh Hazelwood. And this one is left alone outside off stump by Harmer. No run. No harm done.
But Harmer will be wanting to harm those figures because those lines are good, the lengths are good. Once he gets into his rhythm, it's not going to be a nice time for either Jansen or Harmer. But also just saying, hey man, go and attack this guy off when there's 2 slips, basically 2 gullies with that backward point. There's just protection everywhere, and there's attacking options everywhere as well for any mistake. Jeez, man.
Hazelwood into Harmer, onto off stump, and defended to mid-on by Harmer. No run.
You know, like let the South Africa breathe just for a little bit, you know?
No chance of that. It looked a bit docile after tea, but Australia have just been stepping up their intensity and getting those 3 wickets after tea so far, with 15 deliveries to go in today's play.
And it's not just 3.
Will bowl at least 9 of them. He goes with the in-swinger to the off stump of Harmer, who defends this back to the bowler. No run.
And that ball just justifying what I was thinking. It's the fact that it's not just wickets that South Africa are giving away this time. To be very honest, it is just Australia being on a level way beyond where South Africa are batting at. Because you can't say Zondo's wicket was bad. You can't say Varani's wicket was bad. Bavuma's wicket was bad. It's just outstanding bowling.
Yeah, full onto middle and off and clipped away through mid-wicket, down to cow corner by Simon Harmer, and the ball will beat the fielder, the Australian captain, jumping over the rope along with the ball, and Harmer moves on to 5. 147 for 6, and Sadiq Sumro saying, being a Proteas fan, this is probably the first time I want them to lose in the hope that it will bring much needed change. That's pretty much how all of us are feeling at the moment. This is not nice to tour Australia and fold and implode the way the Proteas have on this tour. As Hazelwood continues to Harmer, leaves this one alone outside off stump, no run. 12 balls to go in today's play. 147 for 6.
The previous 2 deliveries from Hazelwood were just too full because he was giving those half volleys, which is why it was driven first and then hit for a 4. So that last ball gets the good length, and then the movement is just like massive. It's just that the ball was a bit too wide. So if he just follows those lengths, top of off stump, he's gonna get so much assistance from what the ball is doing.
Yes, indeed. We see a replay of all the wickets here, and it's really Sarel Erwee. Elgar Erwee and Klaasen, I think, could have done better to leave or to play the deliveries that they got out to a lot better. Sarel Erwee, most embarrassingly bowled by Nathan Lyon, leaving a straight one.
But those after tea. Oof.
No, that was absolutely clinical bowling as Jansen goes for the extravagant leave, forward lunge, hands in the air, going down onto one knee as the ball passes everything through to the keeper.
He goes onto one knee and then he becomes the same height as as
everyone else on the field. Yeah. Forward defensive this time as Lyon goes closer to the stumps. And there's no run.
It would be nice to see if he's baiting him to bowl a little bit closer to the stump so that he can whip him away too.
4 men around the bat here. Jansen goes back into his crease and defends this one into the ground to the onside. No run. Jansen on 9 of 28, Harmer on 5 of 14, 147 for 6. South Africa trail by 328. And Jansen jumps outside his off stump once again, batting the ball away. Big appeal by the Australians. I don't think that one was closer to the stumps than the one that was reviewed earlier. I think they're going to lose a review if they take this one. But yes, and that ball almost snuck through the legs of Marco Jansen that to hit him on the back leg, on the back knee, and squirted through almost onto the stumps. He jumps across his off stump again and dabs this one to slip, no run, down into the ground. Jeepers creepers. That's
Mind
not a.
game.
That's
Mind
not a
game
very
play.
well done. Padded up there and almost deflected the ball onto his own stumps with his back knee. That Marco Jansen this time is struck outside the line, did offer a shot. Big appeal, 147 for 6. 1 over to go in the day. 58 overs done.
You know, like how when you take some meat or when something falls into a river and there's a bunch of piranhas waiting for food, then they all just come and they eat it at the same time. This is what it feels like to be in a South Africa batter right now. Ball completely wide. How's it? That one hitting outside the off star. How's it? You are just food waiting to come and be eaten. Footmarks all around the pitch, divots, and then 300 runs on the board that you need to chase down. Oh my word. You are in a river with piranhas with the Australians around you.
That's right. That's absolutely right. This is, just has that feel of inevitability around it, this Australian attack now. Hazelwood with the second slip, the gully in, point. Wide-ish mid-off, catching mid-wicket. Mid-on, quite wide. Square leg. Simon Harmer facing him. Last over of the day. Outside off stump, left alone by Harmer. Nice and quick there, 139 k's an hour, a bit quicker than Hazelwood bowled earlier.
Like, no need
ramping things up.
No need to do anything extravagant here for Harmer and Jansen. Easier said than done, of course, if you don't know whether the ball is hitting the top of your stumps. But nothing extravagant needed. If it's not hitting the stumps, let it go.
Yes, indeed. And as soon as the Australians see that South Africans are leaving, they inevitably bring the line back onto the stumps, and short one on middle stump is just pulled by Harmer to square leg for a single. 148 for 6. So the last 10 overs, for South Africa, 18 for 2. 1.8 run rate. 4 balls to go in the day. Run rate achieved 2.53 for South Africa. And Jansen will now face Josh Hazelwood.
Trying to look through the scoreboard here and some statistics, looking for positives. That's why I'm silent.
Good luck. Good luck finding the positives here, Mpendulo.
Travis Head is going 6 runs and over.
Hazelwood, outside off stump, defended by Marco Jansen, no run, 3 balls to go in the day. Travis Head has been very expensive for Australia.
That one over was a bad one, but
the win predictor here for South Africa, 0 for the win for South Africa, 85% win chance for Australia, and 15% chance. Marco Jansen is now even more fielders close to the bat, and the one fielder on the boundary is fine leg, and he finds that fielder with a single, and Harmer will face the final 2 balls from Josh Hazelwood in day 4 of the 3rd test, and a test that South Africa has failed once again. You have been measured and you have been found short.
Love that you've been found short and they've failed. You're just emphasizing the F everywhere.
Terrible, terrible, terrible.
But I love this
second
field.
Slip, leg gully now, catching mid wicket. Hazelwood into Harmer, who gets nicely behind this one, sends Jansen back, who wanted the single there as the ball goes into the point area where Usman Khawaja runs in from gully to pick that up. 149 for 6. 1 ball to go in the day.
The picture of this outfield, or the picture of the field plan here, is exactly what Test cricket is about. You're seeing a dead pitch all bashed up, then you're seeing players all around the bat to a tail ender, steaming fast bowler. Fans are out here watching, and it's just what Test cricket is about, except for the batting.
Harmer defends this into the onside. That is the end of the day, and what a day for Australia. They needed 2 sessions to take 6 wickets. They've got 3 sessions left to take the other 14. And we'll soon see, we'll see tomorrow what happens. I'm not sure what the rain is going to do, but we'll try and cobble together a commentary team for tomorrow morning if we can. Otherwise, we will be watching and hoping that South Africa can hang on. I'm not going to go through the scorecard. We've hammered on enough about how bad things have gone for South Africa, so I'm not going to go through that again. Mpendulo, your thoughts before we go?
If we are going to be looking at some sorts of positives, it's the fact that South Africa must thank that yesterday was a washout, because it means that now they do have a strong possibility of drawing that match. So if they learn from their mistakes in the first inning, the poor first 3 wickets, and then they're able to adjust with the game tomorrow, which is going to be extremely difficult in a day 5 pitch, they just need to apply themselves, be strong, and fight for that draw. That's the only way that it can happen. Otherwise, Australia are just on a cruise riding ship.
Yep. The juggernaut that is Australia sails into obliterating the South Africans. Sails on and continues to obliterate South Africa. Kyle Mahadeo, thank you for the compliment. We do love what we do, and we're all volunteers. And thank you so much. It's our fans out there that keep us going. So thank you very much for all the support, all the comments coming through. Without you guys out there listening and following us, we would have shut our doors a long while ago. So thank you very much for all the support, and we'll see what we can do. If we can bring you some commentary tomorrow, at least after tea, I would think, if South Africa are still playing and if the weather plays along. So thank you so much. Have a good Saturday, and we'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
Peace. Thank you so much, Otto. Thank you, listeners.